A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Easy Aces.
Mr. Race has an important prospective customer who casually remarks that his wife likes to play bridge and likes to win. Well, said Mr. Race, I don't know a better place she can come to win than our house. And so it was arranged for an evening of bridge this week. In the meantime, Jane, fed up with Mr. Race's sarcasm about her bridge, has secretly begun to take lessons. This episode is in alternate scenes between the bridge instructor studio and Mr. Race's office. But first to the studio, where we find Jane and the instructor. Listen.
Please, Mr. Selby, I wish you'd teach me a little faster. I don't seem to be making any head work at all.
I'll say there's no head work.
Well, I told you I had to learn how to play by tonight. They're coming over tonight, and they're strangers. I never even met them. And I'm not going to have Mr. Ace balling me up the way he does in front of strangers every time we play bridge. I'm paying you to teach me how to play perfectly.
I can't do the impossible.
Well, it's a fine time to tell me. Why didn't you tell me you can't do the impossible? I could have gone to some... What do you mean, impossible? I heard that remark.
Mrs. Ace, I've taught bridge for some 10-odd years.
Well, it must have been very odd if this is the way you
My
do.
dear Mrs. Ace.
Please, Mr. Selby, let's not get personal.
Personal? I'm not getting personal. I'm trying to be as impersonal as I can. I'm trying to show you the fundamentals of a sound bridge game. This is your third lesson, and you know as little about it as you did the first day I saw you.
Well, why don't you concentrate a little more?
I?
If you'd only try harder, you could teach me what you're trying to
My
do.
dear Mrs. Ace.
Please, Mr. Selby, I must remind you that I'm a married woman.
I don't care if you're...
Well, I do. Now, let's just think about bridge.
That would be a change.
Yes, I told you that my husband is bringing over Mr. and Mrs. Hudson, and he told me they want to play bridge. Well, I thought this would be my big chance to surprise him. But you're not teaching me fast enough. Well, Mr. Selby.
Will you please pick up those cards, Mrs. Ace?
All right.
Where were we?
You were saying something about this card and that card.
I said discard.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Discard. D-I-S. I was saying that when you discard, you must discard a card above a 5-spot. Well, don't look so blank.
That's not blank, that's thinking. I was thinking of a card above a 5. Like a 6, you mean?
Like a 6. That's marvelous, my dear Mrs. Ace.
Now, Mr. Selby.
I said you must discard above a 5-spot. In that way, you signal your partner that you have a high card in that suit.
Signal?
Yes, and don't look so shocked. Bridge is a game of information. You must inform your partner in every legitimately possible way just what you hold. For instance, if your partner leads the ace of spades, and you have the king of spades, you will drop on his ace of spades a card higher than a 5, to let him know that you have the king.
To let him know that I
Yes,
have...
in that way, he'll know how to play the hand.
But I don't want to tell him how to play.
Tell who?
My husband. I want to play better than he does. And if I'm paying you to teach me and you want me to tell him how to play, well, what good is it?
What good is it indeed?
See? Let him figure his hand out. I just want to show him that I can play better than he
Mrs.
does.
Ace, do you have to learn to play bridge?
Do I have? Well, sure I do. They're coming over tonight, and I want to surprise him.
You will.
Well, not if we just sit here talking. Now, what else should I do? Let's just forget about discarding my biggest card. Just tell me some things that I can do myself without giving him the information, too.
But bridge is a game of information.
Yes, but you can just give me the information, can't you? After all, I'm paying you myself. I'm paying you out of my hardly earned money. Why should I tell him things that I learned?
Can't I make you understand that in order to play bridge well, two partners must constantly give each other information? They must.
They must?
They certainly must.
Well, how would it be if I gave him the wrong information? Then he'd make the mistake.
Give him the wrong...
Yes, and let him see what it's like to play wrong. That's a good idea, isn't it? I'll just give him the wrong information.
You don't need a bridge teacher for that, Mrs. Ace.
Oh, but I have to know all the other things besides information, don't I?
I've tried to show you all there is to know. We've gone over the bidding 100 times.
Yes, I think I know about the bidding.
Oh, you think you do?
Yes. Do you want me to go over it again?
It won't hurt, Mrs. Ace.
Well, I'll start from the beginning. You have to bid when you've got, was it 2 tricks?
To bid, you must have 2.5 tricks.
Yes, if I got 2.5 tricks.
Mr. Hudson, if you'll only make me some sort of a bid on the property, I might be able to talk my client.
No, I told you I'd rather your client gave me his rock-bottom price.
Well, I asked him to, but he's as cautious as you are, I suppose. He wants to know just how much you're willing to spend.
Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Ace, that's not entirely up to me.
Well, who is it up to?
Well, you see, Mrs. Hudson sort of...
Mrs. Hudson, sort of.
Yeah, she likes to feel that she manages our affairs. That is, our household affairs, just as I manage my business. And as this is a home we're buying, she rather feels it's in her department.
Oh, I see.
That's how it is.
Well, when we go out to look at the place this afternoon, won't we be able to get some sort of word from Mrs. Hudson as to how much she wants to spend?
We might.
Oh, we might,
And then again, we might not.
Oh, we might not.
Yes, you see, well, to be frank, Mr. Ace, Mrs. Hudson is not in too good a mood today.
Oh.
Yes, you see, well, we played bridge last night. I think I told you that bridge makes up most of her life.
Yes, that's why I've arranged this game for tonight.
Yes, and she's very anxious to play, too.
Well,
but you see, last night we lost.
Oh, you lost. And that's why she's not in such a good...
Mrs. Hudson is a very cheerful winner, Mr. Ace.
Oh, cheerful. But how much could you have
Oh,
lost?
it's not the amount of money, Mr. Ace. I don't have to tell you that the few dollars we either win or lose at bridge matter a great deal.
No, I didn't imagine it would.
It's just that she hates to lose. It's become an obsession with her. We were up most of the night discussing the hands we held and the way they were played, you know.
I see. Well, that is going to be rather difficult. But I know what. I'll get her out of that mood tonight. Wait till she plays bridge with us, Mr. Hudson.
I hope we do better than...
Oh, don't worry about that. I mean, well, just don't worry about it.
But I wish you'd not be too insistent with her for the time being. I told her to drop in. We just sort of talk things over.
Of course, I understand just how you feel.
Oh, there you are, my dear. Come right in. I was just telling Mr. Ace that you'd be in. We were just going out to lunch, the three of us, and then we drop over to the home and have a look around. How are you, my pet?
I'm quite well.
Oh, Mr. Ace, this is Mrs. Hudson.
How do you do, Mrs. Hudson?
I'm quite sure the price is too high on that home, Mr. Ace.
Oh, but I think we might...
My mind's made up not to overpay.
Oh, of course. I don't blame you.
I told Mr. Ace, my pet.
You told him what?
Well, I told him I'd have to think it over.
I'll think it over. After all, the home is my department. I don't tell you how to run your business.
Exactly.
Sure, that's no more than fair.
And my mind's made up that we squander entirely too much money. We've got to put a stop to it. We can't afford it.
Of course we can.
But I wish you'd think of that more often, Mr. Ace. Could have thought of it a little more often last night.
Oh, now let's forget about last night, my dear. Mr. Ace has arranged a nice little game for us tonight. Haven't you, Mr. Ace?
Well, we'd be more than pleased if you two would come out tonight. Mrs. Ace is...
And do you play the strong no trump?
The strong...
We do. It's the best method.
Oh, sure, we can play the strong no trump. I'm sure it won't make any difference to Mrs. Ace.
Well, now, that's fine. Now, see there? Everything's arranged just right.
Yes. Now, what do you say to a little lunch?
I'm not hungry.
Oh, you're not...
But, my pet, we thought we'd have a bite to eat first.
I just had my breakfast.
Oh, this late?
I slept late, Mr. Ace.
Oh.
Yes, you see, we got to bed so late last night.
And fell asleep so much later, Mr. Ace.
Yes, we fell asleep so much later.
Well, would you rather just run out to the home and take a look around now?
I warn you, Mr. Ace, the price will have to be just right, or there'll be no sale at all. I'm in no mood to be trifled with.
Well, we might be able to arrange the price. I feel sure we can arrange your mood.
What's that?
Well, suppose we leave the details until tomorrow to talk about. I mean, we can look over the home first, have our little bridge game tonight, and then maybe tomorrow we can settle the whole thing. How does that strike you?
Well, you keep telling me so many different things, Mr. Selby. I wish you'd make up your mind just how
But every hand calls for a different sort of bid, Mrs. Ace. Every hand has its own problem. You must learn them all.
But I haven't time to learn everything before tonight, have I?
There isn't that much time in the world.
My dear Mrs. Ace.
Now, Mr. Selby.
Mrs. Ace, will you please... Oh, I don't know what...
Oh, I don't know how I can learn all this. I can't have you standing behind me telling me what to do while we're playing.
Perhaps you'd like to have me phone you.
Phone? Say, there's an idea.
What idea?
You can telephone me. Why, that's good. You can keep calling me up all through the game, and I can go to the phone and tell you what my hand is, and you can tell me just how to play it and how to bid and everything.
Well, I never...
Well, it'll just be like another lesson. I'll pay you for it.
Oh, you'll pay me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I get extra for night work, you know, Mrs. Ace.
Oh, I'll pay anything, just so I can surprise him. Now, look, we'll have the game in Mr. Ace's den. It's nice and comfortable in there. Then when the phone rings in the living room, I can go out and answer it, and I can tell you what my hand is, and you can tell me what to do. I'll talk kind of soft so they can't hear.
But how will I know when to call you?
Well, we'll start playing about 8:30, and then you can start calling. You can call ever so often, and I'll answer the phone.
I never heard of such an idea.
Yes, isn't it good? I'm so excited, and won't he be surprised when I play good? Well, I guess I better hurry home and make sure our phone's not out of order. Now, you be sure to keep calling me up.
But, Mrs. Ace, I've tried to teach you a few of
Oh, I'll try to remember some of the things, like what you just said about when somebody bids two or something to start with. What did you say it was? A command?
A demand bid, yes. You must bid when your partner makes an original bid of two.
I must bid when my
Like
partner
this hand I was showing you just a moment ago. Here it is. You had to bid 2 clubs, didn't you?
2 clubs, yes.
Well, that immediately gives your partner information that you want the bidding kept open. You have a very large hand. Now, here. I was your partner. When you bid 2, I must bid.
I understand.
I take you out in my best suit.
Now, Mr. Selby, I have no time for foolishness. I've told you I'm a married woman. Now, just because I'm letting you call me up tonight, remember...
Well, there's a scheme for you. If it works, it looks like Mr. Ace's plan to get Mrs. Hudson in a good mood is shot to pieces. We'll learn more about it when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Unlucky Numbers. Afternoon at the Blue Note Cafe. And Casey and Ethelbert are discussing a very delicate situation.
It's a very delicate situation, Casey. Gladys wants to marry me, I think.
Now, Ethelbert, what makes you think that?
She said so.
Oh.
And what I'm scared of is if I don't ask her to marry me, she'll be mad. If I do ask her to marry me, she'll marry me. Casey, what am I going to do?
Ethelbert, you must be firm.
Yeah?
Yes, sir. It's been my experience that once you let a woman get the upper hand, you're done for.
Casey.
Be the boss.
Casey.
Yeah, and whatever you do, Ethelbert, don't forget.
Oh, Miss Williams.
Forget what, Casey?
Oh, Annie.
Annie? Mm-hmm.
Well, Ethelbert and I were just, we were just...
I know. You were teaching him to be firm.
I once worked for a firm.
Don't change the subject, Ethelbert. Anyway, Casey, Burke has an assignment for us.
What?
Do a story on the numbers racket.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Oh, is Burke off on another one of his crusading kicks, clean up the town?
All I know.
What's so terrible about the numbers? If a guy wants to be a sucker, he bets a buck. Maybe he loses the buck. Maybe he wins. I don't know.
550.
550 what?
Bucks. If you win. That's the odds. You bet on the last 3 digits of the Treasury balance.
Well, what's the harm in that?
Well, don't look at me. All I know is Burke said to get the lowdown, something to break it up. So let's go.
We'll go where? How do you start?
Well, you could ask Steve Polachek.
Who?
Steve Polachek. He plays the numbers.
Well, that's a start. Where does this Steve Polachek live?
Over on Ward Street, 22, I think it is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, come on, Casey.
Okay. All right. Of all the silly assignments Burke ever handed us, this is without a... Fertile brain decide to get a story that'll break up the numbers racket. Of all the silly assignments to send us on, this is without a doubt.
Well, this is where I came in.
What?
Ring the bell again.
Oh, well, I did. It looks like Polachek's not home.
Yes?
Oh, hello. We're looking for Mr. Steve Polachek. Does he live here?
It's no home yet. Soon, maybe. You'd like come in and wait?
Well, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Steve's mother. You are friends with him?
No, we're just here about the numbers game.
Numbers? Go away.
What?
Go away. Go fast. Now, before he comes. Go away. Go away. Go away.
She's all right now, Casey.
Oh, I'm sorry we upset you, Mrs. Polachek. I forgot to say that we were from the Express, you know, the newspaper.
It's all right. Excuse, please, Mr. Casey, Miss Williams. I think when you say numbers, I think you come sell Steve numbers.
Well, we haven't.
But even if we had, Mrs. Polachek, why should you be so upset?
Oh, it's bad. It's bad.
But why?
Well, it's like sick with my Steve. It's like sick.
Sick? From betting?
Mr. Casey, now you listen. You know, man, that drink maybe no can stop.
Well, sure, but...
Well, numbers like that with my Steve. He no can stop. No can stop. You want story for newspaper? All right. I tell you story. Now, Steve and me, we want farm and country. Little farm. Chickens, maybe cow, you know.
I know.
So we save money. Steve is good boy, works on shop. Every week bring home money for save. $3, sometimes maybe $5. I put money in sugar bowl. It's good. I save.
Go on, Mrs. Polachek.
I save. I wait. There's no hurry. Good things you got to wait for. But Steve, all the time he hurry. No can wait. Young, you know, lots of time he has. But no can wait.
Yeah, I see.
Then, one time Steve no bring money for save. He spent $3 for bet, for numbers. He say if he win, he have money for payment on farm. So he bet.
Well, did he win?
No. He no win that week, so he bet money next week. And he no win, and next week, and next, and next, and next, and he no win, never.
Oh, that's bad.
Every week he spend money for bet, more and more. And then he take money from Sugar Bowl. Well, pretty soon Sugar Bowl is empty. Then he take money from me, more and more and more. Now I no can pay bills. Me, Clara Polachek, and no can pay bills. And he no can stop. Oh, in parlor, Steve.
Well, what are you doing in there? I was... Oh.
Steve, this Mr. Casey, Miss Williams, my friend.
Yeah. Glad to meet you.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, Steve.
Ma, can I, talk to you for a minute?
Well, I'm here. Talk.
Yeah, well, I mean in private.
Well, we'll wait outside.
No, stay, listen. What do you want, Steve?
But, Ma...
Well, what do you want, Steve?
$2, Ma. Just $2.
Sugar Bowl is empty, Steve.
From the housekeeping money, I mean.
It's gone too, Steve.
But I need the dough. What'll I do, Ma?
Stop gambling.
Ma, please don't pick on me.
Mrs. Polachek, we'll leave you alone.
No, stay, listen. Steve, I no pick on you.
Yes, you do. Don't you see, Ma? I don't want to gamble. I gotta. I lost too much to quit now when my number's bound to come up. And when it does come up, Ma, we'll be rich.
What for we want to be rich? It's enough to save, pay bills, put money in Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, sure. Lousy nickels and dimes so we can buy a farm in 100 years.
Oh, it's not true. There's lots of money in Sugar Bowl before...
Before what? Well, go ahead and say it. Before I swipe the money to gamble. That's what you was going to say, huh?
Stevie, please.
Before I rob the Sugar Bowl, before I swipe the money.
Stevie, I no blame you.
You can't talk about nothing else but your lousy Sugar Bowl.
Stevie.
Lousy old Sugar Bowl with a lousy old crack in it. All empty. Look at it, all empty. And I don't care, you hear me, Ma? I don't care. I don't care about your lousy old Sugar Bowl. Oh, Ma, help me. Somebody help me.
Steve.
Oh, Ma, I can't stop. Like being drunk or crazy. Every week I get my dough and I say, this time I'll bring it home to Ma, all of it.
Then that guy comes along with his lousy numbers, and I can't stop. Those numbers guys, Ma. I wish they was all dead.
So do I, Steve. So do I.
And that's what he said, Logan. I wish they was all dead. And me, 2 hours ago, I said, what harm is there in the numbers?
You should have seen this Polachek boy, Captain Logan. Nice kid, but all shot to pieces.
Yeah, I know. They get like that.
Well, they shouldn't. With the odds against him, the guy who bets doesn't have a prayer. Why can't you cops do something about it?
That's not my department, Casey. Talk to the vice boys. They pick up the guys who sell tickets, but 2 more always sprout from the same spot. Trouble is, nobody knows who operates this thing.
Well, I'm going to find out.
How?
I don't know. Maybe I'll pretend to be one of the numbers boys myself.
Casey, I got news for you. 2 years ago, a plainclothesman discovered their hangout was Al's pool hall over on 10th. That's all. He just discovered their hangout. The next day, we discovered him. Murdered.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's still on the books. Unsolved.
Maybe I ought to mosey over to Al's pool
Now,
hall.
Casey, please. Now, even if you're a stinker, I like you better alive than dead.
I'm glad to hear that, Annie. If anyone wants me, I'll be over at Al's pool hall. That's a nice pool hall Al's got here, huh?
Yeah.
Nice tables.
Yeah. You're new. I ain't seen you before.
I'm new.
None of the boys, they ain't seen you before.
Well, I'm new.
Numbers?
Huh?
Work for Andy?
Uh-huh.
South Side?
That's right.
Andy don't operate on the South Side.
He does now.
What do you mean?
He started this morning.
You mean he's taken over the Reed territory?
Figure it out yourself.
Well, that's good news. I'm glad to hear it. They call me Whitey. Like a game of pool?
Sure. They call me Duke.
Reason I cased you first off, we gotta be careful.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll break. 1 ball in the side pocket.
Sure. You're getting hot today, Whitey.
7 in a corner.
How's the numbers going, Whitey?
Fair. Collected nearly 3 G's this week with no hits.
Didn't have to pay out a cent, huh?
Not one. 8 ball on the side. But we gotta operate careful.
Sure.
The newspapers are getting after us.
Sure.
Yeah. This guy Casey over at the Express, him and a reporter named Williams. See the stories they're writing up?
Sure.
That guy Casey's gonna wake up some morning and find himself dead, you know?
Sure.
Glad you dropped in today, pal.
What's up?
This Casey's getting on our necks.
Well, at least we haven't let him know who our boss is yet.
No, we gotta keep our mouths shut. He's a great guy, the boss.
Sure. I never met him.
Great guy.
Sure, I guess so. Bank's shot on the 3, huh?
Yeah.
He never comes around here, does he?
The boss in a crumb bum joint like this? Don't be funny. Arthur Matheson is a gentleman.
What do you say today, Whitey?
The word is to take it slow, pal.
What's up?
This Williams dame and this Casey on the Express, they're finding out too much.
Like what?
Those stories they write in the Express, the cops will be turning the heat on us. Watch it, pal.
Huh? What?
A cop heading in here.
Hey, watch it. The cop there. Watch it.
Casey. Oh, Casey, I just happened to catch sight of you through the window. Thought I'd say hello. How are you?
Oh, fine.
You're kind of out of your territory down here, ain't you?
Yeah.
Well, I was seeing you, Casey. Go on.
A cop called you Casey. Now, ain't that a coincidence? This guy at the Express I was just talking about, he knows a lot of cops, and his name is Casey, too. Casey, huh? Could it be you're the same Casey as that louse on the Express?
What do you think, Whitey?
I think you are.
What do you think I got in this pocket? A handkerchief?
Why, you... This is that newspaper photographer Casey, boys.
Don't move, Whitey. Don't move, anybody. I'm getting out of here. You, get away from that door. You, too. Better. So long, boys. See you later.
So this Casey, he just backs out of the place and beats it, boys. Mr. Matheson, we couldn't do nothing. He was packing a rod.
He was packing a handkerchief, Whitey.
Huh?
Yeah, the whole story is right here in the Express, see? They call it a clever ruse.
Well, what do you know?
My name is in that story, Whitey.
Yeah, I see.
I'm displeased, Whitey. Very displeased.
I don't blame you, Mr. Matheson.
How did this Casey person learn about me?
Well, he's been hanging around Al's pool hall for a long time, and you know how it is, boys. Some of the boys ain't careful, like me. Some of the boys get a little liquored up and they talk too much.
Yeah. Whitey, remember what happened to that cop that nosed around Al's pool hall 2 years ago?
Oh, yeah.
Now, if we could lure Casey over to the house with the silver door...
Yeah, the silver door. I could call him up with a phony newspaper story.
No, better have Gloria do it.
Yeah, that's better, Gloria.
Have her give him some human interest story about something about, let's see, a kitten that joined a litter of puppies.
Yeah, that's good.
And Whitey.
Yeah, Mr. Matheson.
I note that your receipts have been extraordinarily low for the last few days. You haven't collected much money. Aren't you working, Whitey?
Oh, yes, Mr. Matheson. I'm working hard.
Well, I'd suggest you work harder, Whitey, much harder. Now get going.
Hello, Steve.
What? You? Leave me alone, will you, Whitey?
How much you want to bet tonight, Steve?
I tell you, leave me alone. Just leave me alone.
How about that little farm your mother was planning on, Steve? All you got to do is call the numbers right just once, and it's yours.
Cut it out, Whitey. Please cut it out. I'm taking my pay envelope home tonight, you understand?
Sure, but you're due for a break, Steve. And $20 will pay you $9,000 if you hit it.
I thought you guys was going to be stopped.
$9,000, Steve. There's your farm. What do you say, bet 20?
Okay, $20 on the same number. But this is the last time you're going to make me open my pay envelope. That guy in the paper, that Casey, he'll get you guys, the whole pack of you.
I'll tell you a secret, Steve. Casey's through. The boys at the Silver Door are going to take care of him. Permanent.
Casey, I tell you, it's dangerous. Those boys are out to get you. They're bound to be now.
Oh, sure, Ann,
Well, give this whole business up, will you? Drop it.
I can't.
Why not?
Well...
Matheson's the head man, and you found that out. Now let the police handle it from now on.
I've just been talking to Logan. The cops haven't got a thing on Matheson. They can't touch him. That's a very sharp guy, that Matheson. He hasn't made any mistakes.
Well, don't you make any. Drop the whole thing while you still can, please.
Oh, excuse me, anyway. Photography, Casey talking. Yeah? Oh, where? Wait a minute. 926. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
What was that?
Some dame over at 926 Bain Street. She calls me. She's got a great human interest story. A kitten got in with a litter of puppies.
How cute.
That's all I got to worry about. Now, listen, Annie, about Matheson.
Now, Casey, please, forget Matheson. Forget the numbers and keep out of danger. Let's cover that puppy story, Casey.
Oh, but Annie...
Please, I'm scared. I'm scared for you. Please.
Okay, Annie, okay. All right, I'll go with you just for a change. I'll take time off to clear my brain. Tell the desk where we're going. I'll get some film for my camera.
Quite sure everything is taken care of, Whitey?
Don't worry, boss. She'll be here. Gloria phoned him with that puppy story like you suggested. Mr. Madison.
What?
That's him. That's Casey getting out of that car just across the street.
Oh.
Hey, he's got some dame with him.
Now, don't get excited, Whitey. Remember what we planned. Let them come up the walk and ring the doorbell.
Well, what about the dame?
Well, the lady must suffer sometimes for the company she keeps.
Okay.
Now, remember, Whitey, let him climb the porch step, let him ring the doorbell, and then we'll deal with Mr. Casey.
This is it, Casey. 926 Bain Street.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it, Annie.
Yeah.
Porch steps are rickety, I guess. What?
Williams, wait.
Oh, Mrs. Polachek.
Oh, Mr. Casey. Mr. Williams, thank goodness I catch.
What's the matter, Mrs. Polachek?
I telephone you paper. They say you come here, so I come.
What for?
To warn.
Warn? What about?
It's danger. Mr. Casey, man on numbers, he mad at you.
Oh, well, that's old news, Mrs. Polachek, but thank you.
Oh, no, wait, listen. My Stevie tell me what man say.
What man?
Name is Whitey, no?
Yeah, Whitey. What'd he say?
Oh, something about Silver Door. Somebody by Silver Door gonna hurt you. How you say, gonna get you. Casey.
Easy, Annie. Silver Door.
You know what that is?
No.
Well, you'll stay away from it, whatever it is, and I'll see to that. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Polachek.
Oh.
Yes, thanks for the tip, Mrs.
No,
Polachek.
no, thank me. You just be careful about Silver Door.
Yeah, Silver Door. Sounds like a nightclub.
Well, keep away from nightclubs. Gee. Casey, ring the bell.
Yeah, okay. I was just thinking about it. Ann.
What?
The door.
What door?
This one, right here.
Casey.
The house with a silver door. Come on, Ann. We're getting out of here fast.
Okay. Think they saw us?
I don't know. Quick. Get in the car.
Yeah. Hurry.
I am. Take a look at the house, Ann. See anybody?
No.
What's the matter with this starter?
Casey, the house. 2 men are coming out of the house.
Whitey and Matheson.
Get this car going.
Can't. The motor won't start.
What's the matter, Casey? Motor trouble?
Whitey.
That's right. And this here's Mr. Matheson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Casey. I must apologize about your car. An associate of mine, quite mechanically inclined, disconnected a wire or something. Fix it, Whitey, and then we'll get going.
Now, just a minute.
You may drive, Mr. Casey, but you'd better follow instructions. Whitey and I carry more than handkerchiefs in our pockets. Don't we, Whitey, eh? Take your next left, Mr. Casey, please.
You're not going to get away with this, Madison.
Why not?
Because the cops know I tied you up to the numbers racket.
Go on.
Well, if anything happens to Casey or me, the police will know you're responsible.
Not if anything happens, Miss Williams.
What do you mean?
The police might very well suspect me in a crude case of murder, say, shooting or knifing. But if Mr. Casey happened to drive this car off a cliff...
I'm not likely to drive it off a cliff.
Oh, yes, you are, Mr. Casey. Very likely. In fact, you're going to. No one will ever prove you were knocked out ahead of time, and there will be a smell of liquor about you and Miss Williams. Just an unfortunate case of drunken driving. Accidental death.
Gee, boss, you think of everything.
Well, I try to, Whitey, I try. Keep straight ahead, please, Mr. Casey.
Never make a mistake, do you, Max?
That's what they say.
But you just made one now.
No, you just did. I said keep straight ahead.
I did not, too.
Hey, boss, he's going to kind of fast.
I'm going to go a good deal faster.
Casey, look out. There's a red light.
There was a red light.
Casey, you seem to forget I have a gun and I'll use it if I have to.
I'm driving, Matheson. We're doing 70 right now. Shoot me and we'll all wind up dead.
Hey, boss, it's the cops. What do we do?
Casey, look out!
Boss, I'll grab the wheel. You keep covered.
Get away, you fool.
Give me that wheel.
Whitey, cut it.
Casey!
Casey, another pillow behind your back?
Oh, no, thanks, Bert.
Miss Williams, another pillow under your...
No thanks, Ethelbert.
Gee, you two look terrible.
Got to see the other guys.
Whitey and Matheson?
Yeah. That wise cookie Matheson finally made a mistake.
You mean going driving with you?
I mean, the police finally got a nice long list against him, from violation of the Sullivan Act to attempted murder, plus a confession that he was running the numbers racket.
Speaking of violations, how many red lights did you go through, Casey?
Only about 8. Oh, which reminds me, Annie, do you think Logan can fix a ticket for reckless driving?
I hope not. That'll teach you to slam me into lampposts at 40 miles an hour, I feel like. Well, look who just came in. Hello, Mrs. Polachek. And Steve.
Hello there. Hello, Stevie.
You feel bad, no?
We feel bad, yes.
Oh.
Oh, not really, though. Just a few bruises.
Good. I come with Steve to thank.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't have to thank us.
Oh, yes, there's much to thank. Now, no more numbers. Steve gamble no more. We put money away for farm. And Steve.
Yeah, Ma?
Money, I forget. Give me $3 now for save. So Miss Williams, Mr. Casey can see.
Oh, okay, Ma. Settle for $1.50, Ma?
Steve, you
No, take it easy, Ma. Take it easy.
But Steve, what'd you do with other $1.50?
Well, look, I broke your sugar bowl, remember? And, well, you always like blue, don't you? So I bought a blue sugar bowl to start fresh, Ma.
Oh,
here.
You are good boy, Stevie, good boy. Blue sugar bowl no cost $1.50.
Yeah, I know, Ma.
So?
Well, I had to buy some flowers for Miss Williams, didn't I? And a tie for Mr. Casey, didn't I? Just to say thanks, didn't I?
Tonight's adventure was written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Stott Cotsworth played the part of Casey, Jan Miner was Anne, and John Gibson was Ethelbert. Next week, another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
It's 6:30 p.m., and I'm late getting into the police station. Well, frankly, no one will believe me, but I got stuck behind a freight train.
I know.
Hi, Al. Is Sergeant Perkins in the office?
Yeah, he's in there, and that woman's back again.
You mean that's
Yeah,
someone
the third time this week. She's in the office. I'm with him there now.
Oh, okay. Well, by the way, my name's Don Reed, a police recorder. You're going to join the detective unit tonight and follow them on their investigations. And while you listen, remember, the people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is what happens on the night watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now back to police headquarters and police recorder Don Reed.
And we own that house.
Here in the Detective Bureau, Sergeant Perkins is taking a complaint from a gray-haired woman sitting across the desk. I'm familiar with this case inasmuch as she has filed several complaints before against the same boy and his family. As I recall, the Juvenile Bureau has never been able to find sufficient evidence to take any action up till now. Let's see what the difficulty is this time.
Very few people in Culver City. But when we bought that house, from that day to this, if I hadn't been annoyed by this son of his now, who is a moron and strikes me as being a creature of some unusual juvenile depravity. He doesn't seem like a normal creature at all. And he has two teeth that stick out like a rabbit. And he does everything he can think of to annoy me. Jump up behind the hedge on the sidewalk when I'm in the front yard watering it and whoosh at me and growl at me like an animal. And I just drove out of the driveway now to get my daughter. And he sprang across the parking, which is 12 feet wide, and stuck his head in the window and shrilled at me. Well, I tell you, I wasn't afraid of the boy, but the shrill was so unexpected in the car there that you have simply got to send word that if his son bothers me once more, that you have instructed me, that is if you're allowed to swear out a warrant for his arrest. He's over the ages of 7 years, and he is amenable to the law. And if he wants his son to grow up that way, he's got to grow up that way, the way he is, but not around me. I just can't take any more. And once I caught that boy committing a nuisance in my front yard. There's nothing as low as they are. I have given up voting. I didn't vote these last 6 or 7 times just because I don't want to come in contact. Well, it just gives me the cold shivers to go into that place at all. I haven't been in there since. That's over a year ago. That was one time when he come in there in the yard thinking nobody was there, and he committed a plain ordinary nuisance. And I just can't take him.
How long ago did this happen? How long ago did this incident happen?
Just now.
Just now. You came right up here.
Yes, I came right up here.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll have Miss Pinkston in the Juvenile Bureau take your report, and they'll follow up and take the necessary action.
He can walk on the sidewalk because the parkings are practically dead. The way the city don't cut the weeds down, and I can't afford to spend $10 a month to a man to do it. The city should do it. And I think that mentally there's something wrong. But
you don't know this boy's first name, do you?
No, but it's the only boy they have.
Okay, we'll talk to him. And then if you have any more trouble with him, you let us know.
I certainly will. This is the first time I've been up here about that boy.
Okay, well, we'll take care of it. Thank you for coming in.
Well, thanks for coming to help me. I know how hard it is.
Well, we'll do everything we can for you.
We have the best police department in Culver City or anywhere around here.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
And I ought to know my husband's a retired police lieutenant from New York City.
Well, fine. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Well, 2 sides to every story. Let's go. We should have been in the field an hour ago. How come you were late?
Would you believe me if I told you I got stuck behind a freight train?
No.
That's what I figured.
Control 1 to car 50 at 3800 Jefferson. 3800 Jefferson. Northwest corner. Meet the man. Take your 484 reports. KMA 394. Control 1 to 56, come in.
56, go ahead.
Control 1 to 56. Unit 5-2 requesting you meet their unit at Overhill and Enton. Overhill and Enton. They are holding 2 459 suspects.
561, Roger. We heard their call. We're on our way there now. Be there in a minute.
Control 1 to 5610-4.
As you heard, we were en route to this location when we got the call. Actually, we were just cruising when we heard 5-2 reporting to Control 1 that they were holding 2 459 suspects. We decided to roll over there. Incidentally, 459 suspects means burglars. Through the next signal, and we'll be there. Up ahead, a police unit has a car jammed into the curb. Red lights flashing. We're sliding in behind. One of the uniformed officers, Don Ellis, coming over. Let's see what it's all about.
We're going west on Washington. Saw these two fellows in back of the gas station. They took off. Their car was parked on the side street and jumped the car. We made a U-turn and chased them to here. In the back end of their car is a car radio and air cleaner. And they said they stripped it off of a car down here. And one guy met another guy who kept on insisting he bought it tonight for $10. They also told us that they stripped some tires off of cars to the same location. They said they were abandoned, so they went ahead and took it. Which is the one that talks? The one on the left. He just got back with his wife, and he's scared of getting in trouble. We don't know how much trouble he's in, but he's got enough burglary tools in that there thing. And I don't know what they done to the gas station. We haven't had time to check the gas station again. So as soon as they saw us, they hit this car. They said they were in there getting water for the car, but yet the car sitting out in the street.
Let's talk to this one fellow.
Over to the patrol car. 2 suspects in the back, guarded by Officer Chuck Sarlo. Big fellow, calm, handcuffed.
What were you doing back at the gas station?
We just went in to get some water.
For what?
That's all for his car.
In the back of the gas station?
Well, we just came around the back and we were coming out.
In the car?
Huh?
Where was the car?
The car was parked right alongside the street. We went to see if the hoses were in.
Both of you went in? Why didn't you drive it?
We just parked the car on the outside, that's all.
Who's the car belong to?
His.
It's his?
Yeah.
Okay. Get back in the car.
Second suspect, medium build, nervous, handcuffed.
I get some water.
For what?
My car.
Car need water?
Yeah.
Where'd you get the radio?
Off of the car.
Whereabouts?
Down by dirt road. It was in a ditch.
That area in the west end?
That open stretch.
How come you didn't drive your car in the gas station to get water?
I don't know.
Park it out in the street and then you walk back in to get the water?
See if the pumps were open.
Why don't you pull in the gas station?
Probably because I had already made the corner.
Let's see what he got in the car.
In the back seat, new car radio, other parts, carburetors, spotlights, new tires.
More tools in back and then pull back in, but you can see the cutters, the clippers.
Oh, I'm going to cut the wires in this radio. They're cut off short.
Wonder what they have in the trunk.
Here, I'll hold it up for you, Doc. What's you got back here?
Well, there's screwdrivers and little pry bar, about 30-inch pry bar.
I think you got a couple of good burglary suspects. I'll book them on burglary.
There was a gas station at Sentinel and Worston Place was used with a 3/4-inch pry bar last night.
Take this, keep this as evidence. In fact, book all your tools. I'd book them all on suspicion of burglary. Book both these fellows.
Okay. And want those clippers and the radio out, too? Take
the radio and those tools up in front. Now, look, there's a tire wrench right there.
Yeah.
That's the one that comes with the car. That one right there is haunted. One you got. I think that's all you need out of here. In your report, put down the fact that the regular tire wrench is in the back of the car, plus this one here, which looks new.
Well,
that's a good one.
Says Mother gave it to me.
Well, that's nice. Maybe we'll sack Mother at 2. Yeah.
About 3 o'clock, isn't it, we call? How's that about 3 o'clock?
5-2 will transport the 2 prisoners back to the station.
Don?
Yeah.
Want to make a bet about this radiator?
No, frankly.
Look, that's what I figured.
Full of water.
We got another chair over here.
This is the interrogation room. Detective Bureau. Ellis and Sergeant Perkins are going to question suspect number 1. Officer Chuck Sarlo bringing him in. Still calm. Unconcerned.
Sit down, fella. Where did you get the car radio?
Out of it's either a 50 or 51 Ford. It was on a side street, dirt road, in a ditch.
Toward the Redondo Beach area.
Yeah, it was in the bean fields, more or less.
It looked like the car was parked there or just ran there.
Abandoned.
Just abandoned. 51 Ford?
Mm-hmm. It was nosed and decked.
Have you,
or if that car would be hot.
I don't know. Better go down and check it. Make sure that car's there, because if I go down and find it, the car's not there, it's there.
It's white.
Did you take anything else out of the car?
No.
Where'd you get the air filter?
Oh, that was off this car. Excuse
Same
me,
car?
I forgot about
How about the tires?
No.
Now, what about this crowbar you carry?
That I carry in my toolbox.
Why?
Well, if there's a rusted nut on something, I can pry it off. Or to take away grease off of some fitting or something like that.
That crowbar fits some of our burglaries, you're in trouble. You've got no business being in a gas station that's closed 3 o'clock in the morning. And that line about wanting water in your car, you'd driven the car in the gas station. You wouldn't have parked it down on the side street. You can cooperate or you don't have to cooperate. It doesn't make any difference to us.
Oh, well. The deal is, start from the beginning. He wanted a Ford generator. This generator just went on in his car. And so we went out looking for a generator. We saw this Ford parked down there. And we needed a radio too, so we stopped and got the radio. And we were looking for a generator. And went by the gas station, stopped, and took off again. You guys got us.
What were you doing at the gas station?
We looked at a Ford convertible.
You lifted the hood on it?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you take off then?
Not a darn thing.
What were you going to take off?
Generator.
You didn't have a chance, is that what it was?
It wouldn't fit.
Okay, take them on back. Bring the other fellow and you're done.
Come on, Mike.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. We switch you now back to headquarters, where a burglary investigation is in progress, and to police recorder Don Reed.
Sit down, Paul.
Suspect number 2. Very nervous. Chewing on a cigar butt.
How old are you?
22.
Who do you live with?
My wife. And son.
How old is your son?
3.
You know what you've been booked on?
No.
Suspicion of burglary, which is a felony. Are the tires and wheels in that car?
No. Oh, on the car?
Yeah.
Yeah. The door was open. And it was in the ditch. One of the wheels, I think, was in the ditch.
What's your wife going to say about this?
Oh, murder.
How well do you know this other fellow?
About 4 months.
Does he pull any jobs?
I don't know. I don't run around with him that much. I don't know, just as much mine as it was him.
How about the radio?
Well, I saw it, and I said, knowing we were looking in the car, and I saw the radio, and I said, I could use a radio, and that was my idea.
Did you contact him about this getting a generator?
No. We were asleep already when he came to the house.
What did he want when he came down?
He just wanted to tell me about his girlfriend or something. I don't know. He said some guys were going to beat him up or something. He wanted me to go with him tomorrow. That was today already.
No, was this morning early? Or
yeah, about 1:30, I guess.
How about the car in the gas station?
No. That was just one of them things, I guess. He just should have known better.
The wrong time.
Yeah. Not the wrong time, just shouldn't have done it, period. It's too late now.
We have every reason to believe that this friend of yours committed several burglaries. Right now, you're stuck with him on it. He's got some tools in the car, and one of them's a crowbar that is identical to one that's been used on several burglaries. Both ends of it, the round end, like this pen, and the other end, the square blunt end.
Funny part about it.
I don't know.
Some of those were gas stations, too.
Well, we feel we have sufficient evidence to book him on burglary. Because you're with him in back of the gas station, we think we have sufficient to book you, too. And to get a complaint on it from the district attorney, which is a felony charge. What'd your wife say about you leaving tonight? Did she say anything?
She was almost asleep. I said, honey, I'm going out for a few minutes. She was half asleep. I said, I'll be right back.
Looks like your wife's going to get wrong end of this whole deal.
Yeah, I know. We were going to take the kid out to the beach tomorrow, too.
Ellis, you want to take the key to his car and his money here down to his wife. While you're there, check the car they stripped and get the license number and what other information you might need. We're going to book them both on suspicion of burglary.
Yeah.
We're working in a uniform car now with Officer Don Ellis. It took us about 20 minutes to locate the car stripped by the two suspects. We're coming up beside it now. It's on a dirt road just off the highway. Convertible. Front wheel stuck in the ditch. What do we got? There's a guy in it. A guy in it? Yeah. Brief picture. Man stretched out on the front seat asleep. Radio's been torn out. Dashboard cut up. 3 tires missing. Boy, this guy's really asleep in there.
Come on, wake up, pal.
Waving that flashlight didn't do any good.
He opened his eyes.
Did he?
Hey! Let's go. Let's wake it up now.
Yes. What did he say?
Come on, sit up there, boy.
This is a fine thing. The guy's sound asleep. He's got the car door locked on both sides.
Let's open the door.
Now he's stirring around. No, he isn't. He's turning over and going back to sleep. Now we're going somewhere. Yeah. Now we'll move around the other side of the car. He's opened the latch on this side.
Let's open the door on the other side. This one's all jammed in here.
Get around to this side of the car now. Playing games here.
Is this your car, Phil?
Right.
Huh?
That's right.
Your car. Is that all night?
Yeah. I drove off last night, so I parked it in just tonight.
You got your driver's license registration with you?
Hey. Had it run through last night. Somebody Yeah, back out that side.
You got your registration for the car?
Yeah. My girl.
Your girl.
I took a taxi and she can't show home.
Mm-hmm.
So I just came back here and sacked into.
Oh, you want to take a look at your car and see if there's anything missing?
Well, the radio's gone.
Mm-hmm. We got the fellows that stole it.
Good for you. No kidding.
No, would you, make a report on it?
Let's see. Other things, I don't know.
How about your air cleaner?
Well, I doubt if there's anything in there.
And you notice the motor is blue, Don, the same color as that air cleaner was.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you think that's yourself?
Yeah,
motor and air cleaner?
I put the new rebuilt motor and he played the whole thing in there. Yeah.
Well, how'd you get mixed up in this here hole?
Last night, come down here to park, and I guess I turned before the street did, and oh, God, we had a heck of a time, so...
Had a mad time the rest of the night.
Yeah, we did the rest of the night, all right.
Meanwhile, you went out. These guys come along and started to steal their car.
That's right. So I didn't even know it. I didn't know anything about it. I don't know where they came from. I got in the car and ready to go to sleep. I looked around. Things were missing. Stuff all over.
Well, this is a sort of an odd setup. This man's half asleep, so let me recap. He got his car stuck here a few hours ago and went down to the corner to get a taxi to take his girl home. He returned here to sleep till daylight. Meanwhile, our two suspects stripped his car. That leaves one more detail, notifying the wife of one of the suspects that her husband is in jail. It's getting very late now. Over in the east, the first light of dawn. Heading up to the suspect's house. Small bungalow. Modest. A couple of milk bottles on the step. Sign on the door. Absolutely no solicitors. Do not knock.
Police department.
Wife. Night clothes. Bewildered.
Suspicion of burglary.
Burglary? What did he do? Try and rob his store or something?
No, was with a fellow and had some tools that matches on different burglaries that we have been looking for, but he has them there trying to get the car radio.
A car radio? Where is he at?
Culver City.
Oh, Culver City.
Trying to make it easy as possible. Just mentioning the car radio. Nothing else.
There's money down to you, so you'll have to. I'll have to have a receipt for the money.
What should I write out?
Receipt $10.20.
Keys and money on the table. Wife writing a receipt.
Go see, please. Inside. No, he's very cooperative with us.
I'm so shocked. I'm shaking. Burglary.
Sorry, I have to bring you some bad news about it.
I'm so...
This we've mixed up with anything.
I don't even know what to say. I've never had this before. I'm just so shaken up and so... They admitted that they got radio. People hold up stores. They hold up banks. They hold up... they go rob houses for money. I don't know, a car radio. He'll serve time in jail yet for stealing a car radio. Oh, God.
What you have just heard is real. Every voice, every sound, recorded just as it occurred on the Night Watch. And now we return you to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight we have heard another set of problems facing the police officer of today. In the first case, the woman filing a complaint may seem very unimportant to many people in the overall picture of police work. But to her personally, this represented a major problem in her life, and consequently an investigation was conducted. However, no evidence was uncovered to warrant action of our Juvenile Bureau. The final investigation involving 2 men booked on suspicion of car burglary. They confessed their part in tonight's case and also of participating in another similar event, of which they were found guilty, the maximum penalty being 1 to 15 years in the state prison. Night Watch is brought to the air through the cooperation of a great many people, including suspects themselves, because many of them realize their mistakes and are willing to allow their stories to be brought into the open in hopes of deterring some other person who may believe he can get away with it. If we can reach just a few of these people and bring home this message, then there is a meaning, a purpose to Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of your police department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
Well, Tom, might as well rest here for a little bit. No sense in trying to make it all the way back to camp tonight.
Yeah, whatever you say, Joe. Funny thing about fate, isn't it?
How do you mean?
We woke up this morning, a couple of guys without any money. We go to sleep tonight, millionaires.
That Ivory we found?
Yeah,
there's at least $2 million in it. We had to get paid for coming all the way to Africa, didn't we?
Well, not that well. Just those natives that stop at those tom-toms, the chanting. Wonder what they mean.
Well, I hope is that they mean everything is okay. Yes, Tonto, what is it?
Excuse me, Mr. Hillary, Mr. Tom Duncan.
What is it, Tonto?
The natives tell me ask you a question.
Well?
All right, for Tonto to ask question.
Go ahead.
Natives say, please to leave Ivory here where you find it. Say, it belong here.
Oh, they do, eh? You go back and tell them that the Ivory belongs to whoever finds it. And we found it. Tell them to cut out those tom-toms.
Please, Mr. Hillary, but tom-toms mean what they tell me to ask you to leave Ivory here.
Tell them to cut it out.
Tonto, tell them. Only Tonto, not 2 other natives, listen to him.
Well, that's that.
Yeah. Natives are superstitious. What natives aren't?
Well, let's skip them for now. Let's talk about you and me.
What about us?
Well, just in case there's any doubt in your mind, Joe, let's understand this. I don't trust you too much.
That's nice to know.
You've got the Ivory. We'll bring it back and you'll sell it through your company. What do you intend to do about paying me off?
Oh, I've thought about that, Tom.
Well, that's nice, Evan. You know what I'm entitled to, don't you?
I certainly do. And I've just decided what you're going to get.
Oh, suppose you tell me.
Sure. I'll do better than that.
No. No, don't. No.
You wanted to know what I was going to do about paying you off? You found out, Tom. The hard way. Take a letter to B. Amston, son, Boltonbury. You got that, Miss Vance?
Yes, Mr. Hillary.
Gentlemen, I just returned from Africa with a quantity of ivory, which I believe you will be interested.
Mm-hmm.
Quality is excellent. Samples are available immediately for your inspection. You will let me know when it will be convenient for... Come in. Hondo.
Excuse, please, Mr. Hillary.
Hondo. What are you doing in this country?
I come take back Ivory, Mr. Hillary. Ivory belong in my country.
Get out of here. That ivory belongs to me. Now, get out.
Ivory found by you and Mr. Tom Duncan, Mr. Hillary. Mr. Tom Duncan no come back with you. And don't know what happened to Mr. Tom Duncan.
Get out of here.
By you? Tando, sorry he threw a knife into death. Tando only want to show it good thing if Ivory return. Very good thing for native and for Mr. Hillary.
Please sit down, Mrs. Duncan. District Attorney Markham should be here at any moment now.
Oh, you have spoken to him, Mr. Vance?
Yes, right after you called me and said you'd be down here at my office. Markham said he'd be here, and I'm sure he will.
Now that I've seen you, I'm not sure I want him here.
Well, that's very flattering.
I do better with a little encouragement.
Let me understand something.
Mm-hmm.
You did want me to investigate your husband's death. That's true, isn't it?
Oh, I can wait. After...
Sorry, I'm late. Hello, Vance. Oh, hello, Markham. Markham, this is Mrs. Tom Duncan. Her husband disappeared mysteriously while in Africa on an ivory hunt.
Uh-huh.
She thinks some investigating ought to be done.
How do you do, Mrs. Duncan?
At the moment, with two very attractive men, it seems as if I'm doing pretty well.
Suppose we get down to facts, Mrs. Duncan.
I suppose that might be an idea. Mr. Markham.
Yes?
As Vance told you, my husband was on an ivory hunting expedition in Africa. He didn't return. He went with a man named Joe Hillary, and Hillary claims Tom disappeared in the jungle and couldn't be found.
Hillary's back in this country?
Yes.
I'll talk to him, Mrs. Duncan. But it seems to me that you've accepted rather casually the fact that your husband is dead.
You're very observing.
In view of that, Mrs. Duncan, why are you so interested in finding out who might have killed him, conceding that he was killed, as you obviously imagine?
You want to know why I want to know who killed my husband?
Yes.
Well, Joe Hillary brought back a fortune in ivory. I think half of that ivory belongs to me. And I'm the kind of a person who doesn't get what I deserve. Only what I want.
Sorry you had to come out of the house to take the rest of those letters, Donna. I'm equally sorry you have to work on your day off.
It's all right, Joe. I've been here before. Remember?
Let's forget all that for now, please. You get out of my workshop here in the basement, I'll give you a sample of that ivory I want you to mail.
Want me to go up and type the letters you gave me?
Yeah. Not very much help yesterday after that native Tonto came to my office.
Who could work after that? I'm not over it yet.
Sorry about your nerves. Well, here we are.
Here we are in your little fortress. I could never do any work in a place like this.
Why? Because there are no windows? The place is smaller?
Mm-hmm.
It's air-conditioned. When I lock myself in, I think better, plan better. Come, take a look inside while I get the sample for you.
I've seen the inside. You've got so much junk in it, there's hardly room to sit down. Tools and nails and springs and vices and... Oh, what's the use? Give me the ivory and I'll get on with my work.
There you are. Here's the sample. Want to come in a minute?
No, thank you.
Very well. See you later. So long.
Oh, for heaven's sake. What are you doing, Joe? Putting a bar across the door?
Certainly. I don't want to be disturbed, Donna. I really don't want to be disturbed.
Wouldn't it be funny, Joe, if you were disturbed despite anything you might do to protect yourself? But I don't understand, Mr. Vance. You indicated when I was in your office that you would work on my husband's disappearance.
Yes, I did, Mrs. Duncan, and I will. But there's no reason for my coming up to your apartment to make my plans.
Now, I'd like you to come. I want you to have a special interest in this case. Me.
It would be much too disconcerting, I'm afraid.
Oh, no.
Please let me call you back when I find out something about your husband.
Afraid there isn't anything else I can do. Goodbye, Vance. Happy hunting.
Thank you. And the same to you. Goodbye.
Well, I think I'd better go.
Please, don't be afraid, Mrs. Tom Duncan. Tondo.
How did you get in here?
Through a window.
Well, get right out through a window, whoever you are, and fast.
Tondo, no get out. Tondo must talk to you.
No, keep away from me. Keep away, I said. I told you to keep away.
No gun, Mrs. Tom Duncan, no gun.
No, that's what you think. Now, will you get out of here?
Tondo must talk. Give me gun.
No,
Give me gun.
no, let go of my hand. Let go of
Tondo, take gun. Somebody just hurt maybe, Mrs. Tom Duncan.
What do you want?
Tondo work for Mr. Tom Duncan in own country. Help him and Mr. Hillary find Ivory. Tondo know what happened to Mr. Tom Duncan.
Oh?
Mr. Tom Duncan dead. Mr. Hillary kill him. I help you prove this to police. Unless Mr. Hillary return Ivory to me, I must bring Ivory back.
Oh. So that's the idea, is it? And Joe did kill Tom. Sit down, Tondo. Sit down. Maybe we can work out something after all.
It seems logical enough to me that if we ought to find out what happened to Tom Duncan in Africa, we come here to see Joe Hillary, the man he was with. Agree, Markham?
Definitely, Vance.
Coming? Yep. Out your side. Rather nice house Hillary lives in.
Yes, it is. Perhaps we should have phoned to make sure he's in.
That would have given him too much of a chance to have somebody say he wasn't in.
Again, your logic goes unquestioned, Vance. You want to handle the bell?
I think I can take care of that assignment. Well, would a murder in Africa still come under your jurisdiction, Markham?
Well, Vance, that remains to be seen. If it were a murder, and if...
Yes?
How do you do? I'm Philo Vance, and this is District Attorney Markham.
Oh, I'm Donna Benton.
How do you do?
You want to see Mr. Hillary?
Yes, is he at home?
Yes, he is. Please come in.
Thank you.
I'm Mr. Hillary's secretary.
Oh, yes.
I've been working here all afternoon. Was taking a nap when the bell rang. Mr. Hillary is still in his workshop, I imagine.
Workshop?
Yes, it's down in the basement. He goes there to relax.
Oh.
It's right down this way, down the cellar steps.
Right behind you.
He spends hours down here when he's under strain, and he certainly is since he got back from Africa.
Why is that?
He brought back $2 million in ivory. That's enough to put anybody under a strain.
It certainly is.
You know, when I let him down here this afternoon, he even put a bar on the inside of the door.
That's odd.
Well, here we are. Just a second.
Perhaps he fell asleep, too.
Well, there's no place to sleep in there, just a room full of tools and junk.
It doesn't sound too comfortable.
Mr. Hillary! Mr. Hillary!
The door's locked. Just a moment while I try that keyhole.
Yes.
The key's still in it. Markham, there's an axe over there in the corner.
I'll get it.
You think something's happened to Mr. Hillary?
It certainly seems so. Any windows in that room?
None. The only way you can get in or out is through this door, and it's locked from the inside.
Here's the axe, Vance.
Thank you. Better stand back, both of you.
I hope nothing's happened to him.
I hope you're right.
There, you got through the panel, Vance. Now I'll reach in and turn the key. There. Yeah, now let's... Yeah, the door still doesn't open.
He barred the door from the inside. I heard him do it.
Yes, sir. I can feel a bar. Wait just a second and I'll get it off. If I can, but reaching... Let's go in, Vance.
I'm with you. Pitch black in here.
There's a light switch by the side of the door.
You find it, Vance?
Not yet, but I'm looking. Oh, where is... Oh, I've got it. There.
Look at that, Vance. That body on the floor.
On the floor with a knife in its back. Is that Mr. Hillary?
Oh, yes. Yes, it is.
Murdered in a locked room, locked and barred from the inside with no windows. Vance, this kind of a mystery should be enough for even you.
Markham, right now, the only thing I can tell you is that it's too much for even me.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Ivory murder case began in Africa, but culminated here in the killing of Joe Hillary, knifed to death in his small workshop under impossible conditions. We know that Tom Duncan, Hillary's partner in the ivory hunt, disappeared in Africa, and that Duncan's wife wasn't too concerned. From Hillary's secretary, Donna Benton, we found out that Tondo, an African native, had threatened Hillary. Vance has met Miss Benton outside the warehouse where the ivory was stored.
I imagine you were very fond of your employer, Miss Benton, and that his death must have come as a great shock to you. I'm very sorry to trouble you like this.
It's all right, Mr. Vance. I don't see the purpose of coming down here to this warehouse, but if you do, I want help.
Thank you. The mystery of that locked room is too fantastic for solution at the moment. Perhaps I can get to the bottom of this case by finding the motive. I believe it to be the ivory that's stored here. Do you have the keys?
Yes, I'm getting them. Here they are.
I can see how $2 million in ivory might provide an excellent reason for killing your employer.
I suppose that's so. Vance, there's a light on in here. There shouldn't be a light on. Somebody's been here.
Somebody is here. You just knocked something over. Sounded like it came from that direction.
Vance, look. That figure. Just going out the window. Stop him.
I'll try. You! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
Shoot, Vance, quickly! Did you hit him?
I don't know. He was just getting out the window, and I'm not sure.
Let's go after him.
I'm afraid he has too much of a start on us. I'd better notify the police.
They've got to find that man.
Well, we won't find him. That man got too much of a jump on us. That is, if it was a man.
If it was a man?
Yes.
Of course it was a man. We saw him go over the window ledge. He was wearing a turban. You saw that turban. That was Tondo Vance, the native I told you about.
In that case, it shouldn't be difficult to pick him up.
No, I guess not.
However, it might have been a woman who wore that turban.
But I tell you, Tondo wore one just like that when he came to Mr. Hillary's office.
I know. All the more reason why somebody else might have worn one when they came down here.
You've been quiet a while, Vance, thinking?
Definitely. While we're en route to Mrs. Duncan's house, I can think of nothing better to do than try and figure out the mystery of the locked workshop where Hillary was killed.
Now, you go right ahead. I won't disturb you. I bet you're glad I'm going with you, inasmuch as we're going to see Mrs. Duncan.
Very glad. Markham, in fiction, there are several ways people have been killed in locked rooms.
Certainly. The most commonplace one, of course, is where a thin pair of pliers is used to turn the key from the outside.
Then there's the business of trapdoors, false windows, and so on.
Uh-huh.
Only none of them apply to this particular locked door situation.
Wait a minute, Vance.
Yeah?
I think I have an idea.
What is it?
Now, this is going to be in your territory a little, but listen. Mm-hmm. Let's suppose that the knife was attached to one of the springs that were in that workshop. It was an iron pipe, let's say, so that it would be pointed in the right direction.
Go on.
Well, a wire held the spring back. The wire was brought around the floor and placed in a position where, when Hillary nudged it, or kicked it, or tripped over it, it would let the spring snap and hurl the knife into Hillary's back. Vance, it could have been done that way.
You mean because of all the wire and springs lying around the room, it would be something Hillary wouldn't have seen?
That's right.
It's possible.
That's it, Vance. It's the only possible explanation.
It might have happened that way. I'll let you know after we see Mrs. Duncan.
Good. You know, I thought I liked myself with that theory, Vance.
I assure you that the affection is not misplaced. But what I want to know right now is whether Mrs. Duncan wore a turban and got herself shot at by me down at the warehouse.
And if she did?
You'll find out, my friend. And so will she. I'm fairly certain this case is coming to a very successful conclusion, Markham.
We know how the murder was committed. All we have to do is find out who did it.
I never agreed that we did know how the murder was committed. All I said was your theory was possible. Hello, Mrs. Duncan.
Well, Vance. And Markham. What did you bring him for? Protection?
Perhaps. May we come in?
Why?
Well, for one thing, so we can ask you why it is that your arm is bandaged.
I sprained it. And you see, you can ask that just as well when you're standing outside.
It isn't the answer he expected, I can tell you that.
He's given me so many wrong answers, what could he expect? I'm sorry I can't invite you in, gentlemen. Unless, of course, this is a very official visit, in which case I have no alternative.
It is official, but we have no warrant, if that's what you mean. Your arm interests me very much, Mrs. Duncan.
Good day, gentlemen. Please call me if there's anything else I can do for you.
Mrs. Tom Duncan. Mrs. Tom Duncan.
Oh, I'm coming, Tondo. And I'll have that arm of yours fixed up in no time. Bullet wounds can be very dangerous.
It's for Tondo.
Mm-hmm.
Tondo, remember this always.
Oh, it's all right, Tondo. It's the least I can do for you after all you've tried to do for me. Hello?
Is this John of Benton?
Yes.
District Attorney Markham, Miss Benton.
Yes, Mr. Markham. Have you found out anything yet?
Vance and I think we have.
Oh, what is it?
Would it be convenient for you to be at Mr. Hillary's home this afternoon?
Why, yes, I imagine so.
Please be there, then.
Of course.
Philo Vance thinks there will be some people there you want to meet. For that matter, so do I.
What's the reason for this?
I think we can prove how your employer was killed and who killed him. Pretty good reason, don't you think?
All right, Tondo. That bandage will hold. And after you put your coat on, nobody will notice it.
Thank you, Mrs. Tom Duncan. Thank you. Now, I must go back and get Ivory.
Well, there's really no hurry about that, is there, Tondo? I mean, you can wait a while, can't you?
Tondo must bring Ivory back to own country. His reason Tondo come here. Tondo sorry he caused many people many trouble.
Tondo should be sorry.
Oh, Mr. Vance.
That's right. While Markham and I were talking to you a little while ago, I took the liberty of snapping the lock on your door so I could come back.
You not want him here? Tondo, take care of him, Mrs. Duncan.
That would be a man-sized job even if we had two good arms, Tondo. No, just sit there till we hear what Vance has to say.
It isn't very much. I just want both of you to come down to Joe Hillary's workshop in the basement of his house at 4 o'clock.
Oh?
You see, we've figured out, at least Mr. Markham has figured out how the murder was accomplished. We want you there.
Why us?
Oh, come now, Mrs. Duncan. I think we can prove who killed Hillary. So it's practically imperative for you two to be there.
All inside, Vance.
That's good.
Secretary, Donna Benton, Mrs. Duncan, and Tondo. Standing right inside the workshop door.
Good. Here's where we test your theory, Markham.
I think I know the test. I've seen you do it. You've set up a knife inside an iron pipe and held it back with a spring.
Mm-hmm.
Then you stretched the wire that held the spring back over to the spot where we found Hillary's body.
That's right.
You and I know that's how Hillary was killed, and one other person knows it, the murderer.
Presumably.
We'll ask each one of them to walk over to the spot where the wire is stretched, after informing them all that the room is exactly the way it was when Hillary was murdered. The one that refuses to walk over to that spot, lest he trip the wire and release the knife, must be the murderer.
Well, come on in, Markham, and we'll see. My apologies to you all. May I have your attention? Thank you. You're all entitled to know why you're here.
Well, I should think so.
There was a murder committed in this room. A murder committed presumably behind a locked and barred door.
That's right.
All right, Markham, take over.
Right, Vance. Now, listen, everyone. We figured out how that murder was accomplished, and we've arranged this room just as it was when Joe Hillary came down here the day of his death.
What do you mean you arranged this room?
We believe Hillary walked into a death trap. A trap that involved a spring, a knife, and a wire. We found Hillary in that corner over there. Mrs. Duncan?
Yes?
Please walk over toward that corner now.
Oh, now, Mr. Markham, please.
Do as I say.
And get myself killed? I'm too attractive to die, remember? Get yourself somebody else.
Yeah. Tondo, you walk over there.
No, Tondo not walk over there. Tondo afraid. Tondo get killed like Mr. Hillary get killed.
According to your theory, Markham, that makes 2 murderers you have.
That is a little confusing, isn't it? Miss Benton?
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Please walk over to that spot in the corner.
Certainly. Well, here I go.
Stop.
Well, Markham, by your reasoning, this murder was done by Mrs. Duncan and Tondo.
Exactly. They worked in collaboration. Mrs. Duncan wanted Hillary dead because he wouldn't give her a share in the ivory after killing her husband. Tondo helped her because she promised to help him get the ivory back to Africa.
Your reason for believing the two of them committed the murder was because neither would walk to a spot where they thought they might be killed just as Hillary was killed.
Yes, only Miss Benton didn't refuse to walk over there.
In that case, Markham, take my word for it. You can arrest Miss Benton for murder.
This is really...
You know when he got that ivory plastic and kicked me out?
Like this, Markham?
Sure, I killed him.
Take her out, Daniels, will you?
Yes, sir.
I'd do the same
Come
thing
on now.
again. Let me
That's
go.
enough.
Come on
I'd
now.
kill him again.
Vance, did you ever know a man as strong as I was back in the Hillary house?
Forget it, my friend. Your theory was excellent. Really, it was.
Well,
The murder might have been done the way you said.
only it wasn't, and that doesn't make me feel any better. How was it done, Vance?
First of all, let me tell you why I didn't think it was done your way.
Yes.
It took too much for granted. In order for your idea to work, Hillary would have had to be in one particular spot in that room. Well, suppose he never went to that spot. In that case, he'd still be alive. Only he'd have found the wire and have known who planted it.
Oh.
No, Markham, the murderer wouldn't have taken that chance.
Apparently not. But tell me then, why did Tondo and Mrs. Duncan refuse to walk toward that spot?
Why shouldn't they refuse? You announced you were going to make them do just what Hillary did when he was killed. Isn't that enough to make any normal person refuse?
Yes. Yes, it is. And Donna Benton, knowing exactly how she killed Hillary, would have no compunction about walking into any corner.
That's right. Like to know how the murder was committed?
I most certainly would.
Hillary was alive, but unconscious when we started with the axe on his door.
Uh-huh.
Miss Benton's confession will tell how she drugged him before he went down. I'm sure of that.
If you say so, all right. Hillary is alive. We broke down the door. Then what?
Then Miss Benton ran over to where his body was, plunged a knife into it, while you and I were fumbling for the light switch.
She saw the body in the dark?
Yes, she could see the outline. That was all she needed.
I imagine if we hadn't gotten there, she'd have called the police and would have done her little knife trick when they broke down the door. Well, all I can say is thanks, Vance. Thanks for figuring this out. I have to admit, I imagined you would from the very beginning.
All I can say is that I'm glad we're at the end of the Ivory murder case.
Calling all detectives. There generally isn't much doubt about who's dead and who's alive. But I was once asked to prove that a dead man who claimed to be alive was really dead. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Of all the cases a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, handles, the toughest are the ones where I don't even know what kind of a crime was committed. John Cooley, head of the investigations department for Consolidated Insurance, gave me the benevolent stare of a hungry tiger as he swallowed his pills.
Browning, last week I asked you to locate Mrs. Margaret Walcott, widow of the late Jonathan Walcott. Where is she?
I shrugged. I don't know, Mr. Cooley. She left town about 8 months ago, present whereabouts unknown. How badly do you want her? Cooley pulled a file folder to him.
Jonathan Walcott, 49, died about a year ago. Cause of death, heart failure. Place of death, Greencrest, North Carolina, a summer resort. Beneficiary, Margaret Walcott, widow, paid $25,000 in 2 policies, both written by us.
I nodded. You think there was some funny business about the death, Mr. Cooley? Cooley got up from his chair, walked to the door.
Come in, please.
A tall, heavily tanned, middle-aged man walked into Cooley's office.
Browning, let me introduce to you a gentleman who says he is Jonathan Walcott.
The tanned man offered his hand.
Yep. Been in South America the past year. Come in to pay up my premiums. They tell me I'm dead.
But if you're Walcott, then who is buried at Greencrest? Walcott sat down, crossed his legs.
Sonny, maybe you should look into that.
After an insurance company paid a $25,000 policy, a man showed up to pay his premium and claimed he was the person who'd been declared dead. Walcott grinned at us.
Since I'm not dead, I guess you folks will just have to reinstate my policy.
Cooley opened his mouth, then closed it again. I said, Mr. Walcott, assuming you are Mr. Walcott, you know what this means, I hope. Your wife is criminally liable for having accepted payment on the policy and may possibly even face a murder charge. Walcott's smile didn't waver.
My wife is an impulsive woman. Maybe this will teach her a lesson.
He got up.
If you want me, gentlemen, I'm at the Carlton Hotel.
There were 2 ways to attack the case. First, to prove that the man who called himself Walcott was a liar. And second, to assume he was telling the truth, which meant finding the missing widow. In either case, the first thing to do was... I stood alongside the district attorney, the police chief, and a reporter in the little cemetery at Greencrest, North Carolina, and watched as a group of workmen opened the grave of Jonathan Walcott. A couple of minutes later, depending on what we saw, I was prepared to follow up one of my two possibilities, that the real Walcott was either dead or alive. I wasn't prepared for a third possibility, that the coffin would be empty. It was empty. The office of Dr. Marbridge was one flight above the Greencrest Bank. The doctor was a pleasant-faced young man, crisp and professional-looking. You say I signed the death certificate for Jonathan Walcott? Well, you must be mistaken, Mr. Browning. This is a photostat of the death certificate, Doctor. Isn't that your signature? No, I'm sorry to say it is not. That is my father's signature. He died 3 months ago. In his hotel suite, the man who called himself Walcott was hugely amused.
You went to all the trouble to check on me in South America, didn't you, young feller?
I shrugged, smiled. Knew I would. Everything about your story checks. But you still haven't proved that you are the Jonathan Walcott. Who can you get to identify you that's acceptable to us?
My wife, if you can find her. Never made any friends, always traveled a lot. Of course, you could compare my signatures.
We have compared them. They either match or they're very good forgeries. Walcott stopped smiling.
Now, listen, Sonny. I'm finished being good-natured. I've got $20,000 equity in my policies. Will your company pay them, or do we go to court?
I'll let you know in 24 hours. I had no idea what I could do in the time left. I was simply stalling. The 24 hours passed, and I had nothing new. Not even instructions from Cooley, who refused to see me. When the time limit expired, I went back to Walcott. Mr. Walcott, I've got good news. We found your wife. She's being brought back here, and the identification question will be settled.
I don't believe it. You're trying to gain time. I'm filing suit next Monday.
Well, I had been stalling. I didn't have the faintest idea where to find Margaret Walcott. But now I had more than an idea. I was practically positive. Urgent, you check. Margaret Walcott, deceased within past 6 months. Report soonest. Jerry Browning, collect. I sent my telegrams late Friday. By Saturday, I had my answer from Oklahoma. Margaret Walcott died and buried in Tulsa March this year, coronary. Now I knew why Walcott didn't believe I could produce the widow. Because he knew that she was dead. But if he was really who he claimed to be, why had he kept from us his knowledge of Mrs. Walcott's death? In Tulsa, I learned all there was to be known about Margaret Walcott, including that she'd gone to Tulsa shortly after her husband's death because her sister lived in that city. Her sister was also her heir and had inherited Margaret's estate. I had a talk with the sister. Then we confronted the man who claimed to be Jonathan Walcott with the dead woman's sister in John Cooley's office. It was quite a meeting, especially since the sister told the imposter that she had been the bridesmaid at the wedding of Margaret and Jonathan Walcott. This time, John Cooley didn't shut his mouth.
You will sign this confession immediately, stating that you impersonated Jonathan Walcott in order to defraud this insurance company. You will further tell us where you hid Walcott's body. Under those circumstances, we may be somewhat lenient.
Yeah, he confessed. What else could he do when confronted with his supposed wife's sister? He admitted that his name was really Joseph Hazel, that he'd met Margaret Walcott shortly after Jonathan's death, and realized that the circumstances were ideal for an insurance fraud. Knowing that Mrs. Walcott would not long survive, Hazel carefully established an identity for himself as Walcott, then waited for Margaret to die. The only thing he had to fear was that we'd learn about her death, and through that knowledge find some member of her family who could brand him as a fraud. Huh? We didn't prosecute him, because the only charge we could have proved was desecrating a grave when he moved the real Jonathan Walcott's body. You see, Margaret Walcott's sister couldn't have branded him an imposter in court. She was the only living relative of the deceased couple, and she had never met the real Jonathan Walcott. But that was a small fact the imposter didn't know. Like I said, it sometimes doesn't make any difference whether you can prove a criminal's guilt or not, just so he thinks you can. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn. This time it started as a routine search for a rich girl's fiancé, and the trail led to a silent house haunted by a face at the window and blood in an open cedar chest. But before it was over, it became a search for a corpse that wouldn't sit still.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of mystery, comes his most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, as we present The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Busy Body.
Phone jerked me up off my back and out of the sports page at 9:30 in the evening of an already too long day. On the other end was a warm, feminine voice, edged with the kind of self-assurance that means money, and lots of it. But the words were both hurried and panicky, so after I hung up, I reluctantly waded through the sports section with my feet instead of my eyes and headed for the coffee shop at Franklin and Bronson, where my new client, who had identified herself as Liz Stewart, said she'd be waiting. A pair of blue eyes at a table in the corner measured me from haircut to shoelaces, so I took the cue and walked over. After we introduced ourselves, I was waved into the chair opposite her. She leaned toward me and started with a rush.
Mr. Marlowe, I've got to find a man named Dean Howard as soon as possible.
Not exactly a new switch.
He's my fiancé. We plan to notify my Uncle Hanley of our engagement tonight.
Who is Uncle Hanley?
Uncle Hanley Stewart of Stewart Aluminum.
Okay, go ahead.
Dean Howard was to meet me at 7, but he didn't show up.
Mm-hmm.
And then about 7:45 he called. He started to tell me something that he referred to as a horrible mistake, but before he could get it out, we were cut off. Well, I tried to call him back.
Coffee?
Coffee?
No.
Okay.
I tried to call him back, but there was no answer. So I went to his house, but it was locked and dark. And yet his car was still parked outside.
Uh-huh. Well, look, Miss Stewart, why don't you save yourself $50, go home and wait for an apologetic phone call, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, this stacks up as being a case of cold feet or a little celebration that got out of hand. Either way, there's nothing to worry about.
I've come to you for help, Marlowe, not a pat on the head.
Okay, I'll assume it's my error for the moment. How long have you known this Dean Howard?
I met him at a party about 3 months ago.
Mm.
Uncle Hanley and I both liked him tremendously right from the first.
I suppose you've considered the possibility of another woman?
Well, of course, I'm not a child.
I can see that.
Well, Dean has been deeply troubled for the past week. He wouldn't tell me why, but I'm certain that this business tonight is tied in with it. Something's wrong, and I want you to find out what it is.
All right, but I'm no leg man for Cupid, so if it turns out to be nothing more than a guy's heart beating in double time, I drop it. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
She gave me a short list of posh joints she and Dean Howard sometimes visited, and his address, which was 312 Normandy. She said I could reach her at home, which was 28 Roxbury Drive in Beverly Hills. Well, $50 is $50, so after she left, I spent a handful of nickels checking the list by phone and drew a complete blank. So I drove out Los Feliz to Normandy and found the number, 312. As I walked up to the door and leaned on the bell, I got the feeling that I was being watched. There was no answer, so I tried the door. It was locked. I threw a look over my shoulder as I walked around the side of the house and caught a glimpse of a face in a window next door, just before the curtain was dropped back into place. The back door of 312 was locked, too, I found out, as did the face next door, which was watching me again from one of the rear windows. There was one answer to that, so I went out in the street and up the steps of the house next door and knocked, good and loud.
What do you want?
My name's Marlowe, lady. I'm a detective. You may be able to help me.
A detective?
Mm-hmm.
Well, come right in, Mr. Marlowe. It's about time's all I have to say. I'm Agatha Lambrigger. What's he been up to?
Who?
Well, you're investigating that bachelor next door, aren't you?
Yes. Oh, how'd you know?
Stands to reason. I've known all along he's a suspicious character.
Yeah?
Lived there a year now. Comes and goes at all hours. Drives that fancy car out there. Wears fine clothes, but nobody seems to know what he does or where he gets all his money.
Well, look, Mrs.
And
Lamb...
girls.
Oh?
Well, believe you me, they don't come to clean his house. Never gets cleaned. But they come just the same. Why, only tonight there was one. Some blonde in a white dress. I tell you, I've never
Mrs.
seen...
Lambricker, did the girl go inside?
Well, no. But she tried to. The door was locked. And it's Miss Lambricker.
Oh, how stupid of me. Well, tell me, did you notice Mr. Howard come home tonight?
Well, I didn't exactly see him come home. But he was over there all right. And not alone either.
Is that so? Another girl?
No, it was only some man.
Oh.
But it still bears out what I've been saying. Because I just happened to glance out of my window at this one here across from that one of his, you see.
Yes, sir.
Well, a light was on over there. And I could look straight down a hallway. And do you know what?
What?
Those two grown men were roughhousing like a pair of hoodlums in that hall. Wrestling they were, like ordinary ruffians. I tell you, I never saw the like. I got a good look at him, and I'd certainly know him if I saw him again.
Well, how'd the fight come out?
Fight?
Yeah.
What's the... Oh, the fight. Well, I can't say about that. My phone rang. It was Lenore Crowley. She simply talks her ear off you when she gets
does.
started. So when I finally got back to the window, when I happened to look out again, it was dark over there. So I never did find out what actually happened. But
Yes,
I
well,
think
thanks
that
very much for your help. I really must run.
Oh, and another thing. The noise and the drinking that's gone on in that house. Why, you wouldn't believe it. Oh, you're leaving?
As soon as possible, yeah.
But you still haven't told me what he's up to.
Well, I'm not at liberty to do that.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be here all the time, you know, and I'll certainly keep an eye on that house.
Oh, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your going to all this trouble just for me. Bonsoir, Miss Lambricker. I backed out of that wind tunnel, got in my car, and drove noisily around the corner. Then I cut my lights, turned quietly into an alley behind the house, and stopped. Slipped through Howard's back gate and up the side of the house, found a window that could be persuaded, and went in. Yeah, Howard was a lousy housekeeper, and everything that didn't get brushed off in normal traffic was covered with dust. I found my way to the room opposite Agatha Lambricker's observation window and ran smack into her first lie. Where she said there was a hallway, there was a solid wall, papered with purple roses and hung with 4 dingy pictures in bronze frames, 2 on each side of a big, ugly mirror. There were 2 hallways, but no angle at which either could be seen from her window. Furthermore, there was no sign of a struggle. One hall led to the study, the other to the bedroom, and I checked both. But still, there was no indication of a fight. On my way out, I barked my shin on the nose of a lion carved on the corner of an oversized cedar chest, just as the abrupt sound of someone at the door brought me to a rigid halt. Whoever it was had the patience of an 8-year-old on circus day. So I set myself up as the type who might live in a joint like this and answered.
What's the matter with the lights, Howard? Blow a fuse? Or could this be some new economy measure?
I like it this way. I don't think I know you.
You should, Howard, you should. I called you yesterday about a certain money matter. The name is Leo. Don't go for your gun, Howard.
Well, since yours is pointed at my third rib, why should I?
Well, like I told you on the phone, my boss is anxious. You're way overdue, Howard. I want that $50,000 the boss loaned you 3 months ago. Have it for me the day after tomorrow. All of it. Without fail.
He knows I'm good for my debts. Why all the pressure?
Well, maybe he figures your investments aren't so smart. Like maybe you've been blowing too much on that second-rate canary, Carol.
Oh, yeah, Carol.
I remember. She's your girl. Well, that's none of my business. See you day after tomorrow about the same time. And if you get a headache from worrying about paying off, just think of the one you'll have if you don't pay. It'll be like 10 times this. Oh! Good night.
The .45 in his hand caught the side of my head, and I went out cold. When I opened my eyes, the room had shrunk until there wasn't enough space left to stretch out in. And the climb to my feet, was as easy as roller skating through a log jam. And it wasn't until I found a match and had a light that I knew why. Somebody had moved me from the front door and crammed me into a broom closet like a bag of wet wash. When I got out, I saw that my cubbyhole was off the hall of the bedroom. I listened, but there was no sound in the house, so I started moving. But stopped when I noticed something else. The big cedar chest with carved lions on the corners that had been closed before now was standing open. I struck another match. Inside on the bottom was a thick red puddle of blood. Blew out the match and was in the middle of a mental apology to Liz Stewart when it came. I ran for the front door in time to see Agatha charge out of the driveway and down the street. Stark terror twisting her face.
Help! Help!
Hey, Miss Lambringer, hold it!
Oh, Mr. Marlowe! Mr. Marlowe!
What is it? What happened?
I saw him, Mr. Marlowe. I saw him. Up by the alley near the hedge. He's dead, Mr. Marlowe. Dead in my backyard.
All right. Now take it easy, Agatha. Who was it?
He's there now, lying on his back close to the hedge, and he's dead. What'll we do?
Come on, we'll have a look. You can show me where he is.
Well, all right. He's right back here. I happened to look out my rear window, and I saw something move. The dogs had been getting in my pansies lately, and I thought this was another. So I came out to chase him away. That's when I saw the body. It's right back here. It's gone.
Mm-hmm. Now, look, Miss Lambringer. I've got a headache. I'm getting a little tired of this. You saw a body here just like you saw a fight in a hallway from your window. You're so anxious to be in the middle of things you'd make up any kind of a story.
No, I'm not. I saw that fight, and I saw Dean Howard's body, too. It was here, I tell you.
Where? Show me exactly.
Well, right about there, I
Oh,
tell you.
sure. And I suppose it... Hey, wait a minute. Yeah. My apologies, baby. There is something here. Could be blood. Here's 2 dimes and a bar receipt from the tulip room on the strip.
Oh, good heavens. What do you do now? Raid the place? You can use my phone.
Thanks, but until we know where the body is, we better play it cagey. Now, let's keep this a secret between us. That'll take a lot of courage, I know, but I can trust you, can't I?
I won't open my mouth to a soul, Mr.
Well,
Marlowe.
that's great. That's splendid. Now, you better go inside and stay there until you hear from me. Who knows? You may yet be a heroine, Miss Lambringer. The bar receipt was a long shot. When I was still 2 blocks away from the tulip room, I knew it had paid off because a fluorescent banner, 4x12, draped over the front of the squat square building, extolled the vocal virtues of one Carol Cody. I parked across the street, went in and found a dressing room door and knocked. She distinctly said, "Come in," but when I did, I thought the room was empty, until a small handful of spangled satin costume hopped up from behind a screen in the corner. I made a sight-unseen introduction. It was only a moment later that a tall brunette, filling a white silk blouse and snug, dark slacks, stepped out. Tossed a few pounds of glossy black hair away from her face and gestured me into a chair.
Which paper did you say you were from, Marlowe?
I didn't, honey. I'm a private detective.
I can't use it.
Don't give odds on it, baby. Not yet, anyway, huh? Let's talk first. For instance, what's with you and Dean Howard?
Dean Howard is a low-crawling thing.
That's strange. Had it you loved him?
I didn't till tonight when I found out that he has 2 heads. That's so he can lie and keep a straight face with one while he laughs up his sleeve with the other. Nuts to him. Nuts to Liz Stewart and her money and nuts to you. I hate Dean Howard enough to kill him, and I might just do that.
I don't think you will, no, because somebody beat you to it.
You mean Howard's dead?
Looks that way, yeah. I'm not sure because he won't stay in one place long enough.
If you're trying to shock me, you're wasting your time. I'm not sorry. I think we've got company.
Keep talking. I'll get him.
As you say, my friend, the music business is just as lousy as any other dodge, and I can prove it.
Come here. You're a good listener, Bud, so join the party. Who are you? Why are you listening out there? Come on.
No. Just a minute. I wasn't listening. I was looking for you, Marlowe. I'm Ward Odom, Mr. Hanley Stewart's assistant.
You're doing fine. Don't stop now.
Well, ever since I learned that Miss Stewart hired you, Marlowe, I've been trying to talk to you. I followed you here from that place on Normandy because I must know what you found out so far.
Why? What business is it of yours?
Because, Mr. Marlowe, I doubt very much that you even know of the robbery.
Robbery? What robbery?
More than $40,000 worth of negotiable securities was stolen from Mr. Stewart's safe this evening.
You get all your information at keyholes?
And I have reason to believe that the man you're looking for took them. Of course, I don't dare accuse him without proof of his relationship with Liz, Mr. Stewart's niece. If I were wrong, it would cost me my job.
Odom, did Liz know about the robbery when she hired me?
Why, of course.
Oh, brother. Look, see this? Her name is Carol. She's involved right up to her mascara in the whole mess. I'll let her out of your sight till I get back.
Me? Why, you cheap shot.
Shut up. And as for being cheap, I'll take care of you when I get back.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Three gentlemen with highly varying but equally effective approaches to dealing with crime entertain you with their deeds of daring on CBS every Sunday. Jethro Dumont, alias the Green Llama, Police Commissioner Bill Grant of Call the Police, and Dashiell Hammett's Sam Spade. These three sterling gentlemen all make their appearances tomorrow on most of these same CBS network stations. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philo Marlowe and tonight's story, The Busy Body.
After convincing Ward Odom that his greatest contribution to the cause would be staying close, but not too close to the violent lady in slacks, I piled into my car and started for Beverly Hills in a beautiful liar named Liz. I didn't stop until I was at number 28 Roxbury Drive, out of my car and walking fast up the semicircle of gravel driveway that led to the carefully antique front door. But then, for two good reasons, I stopped again. The first, a squad car parked ahead of me that said everybody except Marlowe knew all about the bonds Mr. Hanley Stewart could no longer call his own. The second reason, and more important, was my client, Liz Stewart, sneaking out of a side door and hurrying toward a gray coupe. I stepped back into the shadow of a squat palm and waited for her to come abreast of me. Late date, Miss Stewart?
What? Marlowe, why, you startled me.
Considering everything, it's the least I can do.
What do you mean?
I don't like clients who lie to me. So if you don't mind, I'll just stroll along with you while you assure me you can explain everything.
But I can, Marlowe. Just give me a chance, please.
All right. Why didn't you tell me that 40 grand worth of negotiable bonds disappeared from your uncle's safe at the same time as Howard?
Well, because I didn't want you to be prejudiced, to be looking for a thief from the start. If Dean did take those bonds, he had a reason.
Like being fond of money?
No, like being forced to do what he did.
All right, let's say he was forced. What then?
Well, then I wanted to help him, to get to him before the police. They'd arrest him in a minute.
And you, on the other hand, would get the bonds back to your uncle, convince him it was all a mistake, and talk him out of telling the law, huh? And with your own dough, you would help Howard out of the spot he was in. Is that it?
Yes. But you haven't proved that Dean took the bonds.
No, I haven't. Could have been anyone who knew the combination of the library safe. Which includes how many?
Aside from Uncle Han and myself, just the family lawyer and Mr. Odom.
Yeah, what about Odom? Could he have done it, Liz?
No, I don't think so, as much as I dislike him. You see, Marlowe, for years, Odom's been very close to Uncle Han. He's had 1,000 opportunities to steal if he wanted to. Or like this afternoon, for instance. He had $10,000 worth of the bonds with him today.
What was he doing with all that dough? Paying gas bills?
He was going to sell them for my uncle. But the transaction fell through, so he brought them back to the house and put them back in the safe. Anyway, Marlowe, I don't think he'd have the courage to steal.
I know what you mean. I've already met Mr. Odom.
When?
Oh, about a half hour ago. In a nightclub called the Tulip Room. Odom thinks Dean is guilty, Liz, but he's afraid to mention it publicly till he knows a little more.
What's a nightclub got to do with Dean?
Carol Cody.
Who?
She's Dean's girlfriend.
Marlowe, you're crazy.
I talked to her, honey. She's a singer there. Told me that she and Howard were more than chummy, but that she gave him the air tonight when she found out about you.
And you believe that?
Mm-hmm. Now that I've had a little time, I believe even more. Details that she never bothered to mention. Details like Dean Howard and Carol Cody playing you for a sucker. He gains your confidence, then the combination of the safe, and then goodbye. But you see, the end was a switch, Liz. Dean didn't...
Dean didn't what?
Hmm?
What is it, Marlowe? What are you staring at?
Back of my car there. That's not gas dripping on the driveway. The color's too red. Liz, stay back.
No, Marlowe. I don't want to. I want to... Marlowe! It's Dean. He's dead, Marlowe!
Yeah. That, Liz, is the switch I was talking about. I think Dean Howard not only crossed you, but Carol Cody as well.
She did it. She killed him. She killed him because she...
All right. Now, listen. Get inside. Tell the police about this. Do you hear me? But first, give me a 5-minute lead. I'll take your car. I want to get to Carol Cody before the law does. Without saying another word, Liz Stewart, her face drawn and streaked with tears, handed me the keys to her car and turned and walked slowly back to the house. I took one long look at the blood-soaked shirt front on the body I'd had been a step behind all night. Then got into Liz's car and pointed it back toward the Tulip Room. 20 minutes later, when my knock on the locked dressing room door brought no answer, I had kicked my way in. Alone and half-conscious in the middle of the floor was Ward Odom, the man I'd assigned to stand sentry over the brunette.
Oh, Marlowe, she tricked me. Asked for a cigarette, and I went to light it.
She swung. It adds, Odom, and you're lucky she let it go at that. It was more permanent in Howard's case.
Oh, then you found his body, Marlowe.
Yeah, in the trunk of my car.
Oh, how awful. And she did all that, this Carol Cody?
Yes and no. She must have had help, Odom, because, first of all, it takes something stronger than the chanteurs to keep shifting a corpse from cedar chest to garden to car, at the rate that Howard was being moved. And second, an old crow named Agatha Lambriger saw a man roughhousing with Howard over at his own place, not a woman.
You mean there was a witness to the murder, Marlowe?
Well, more or less.
And you have no idea who the murderer is?
No. And that, Odom, is all the more reason why I want to catch up with Carol Cody. Happen to know where she lives?
Well, yes, at the Grayfield Apartment Hotel on North Havenhurst Drive.
North Havenhurst.
It's a room 118. And I think that it's... Marlowe, wait, my top coat is gone.
What?
Yes, and she was wearing slacks, remember? Marlowe, maybe she's leaving town disguised as a man.
It's a point, Odom. I still think I'll try the apartment hotel first.
Marlowe, what are you doing here?
Not doubling for a bellhop, so get over there, sit down, and keep your hands in your lap, because if I have to, I'll shoot.
But I don't understand.
I'll make it real plain. I think you murdered Dean Howard because he double-crossed you after he emptied Hanley Stewart's safe.
And I think you're out of your mind.
Which brings us to a position called stalemate, and that in turn makes this a good time to call the cops.
I didn't kill Dean. I swear I didn't. Oh, listen to me. What you said about Dean double-crossing me after he stole the bonds is true, but not the way you think it is.
Second verse.
He didn't want to just cut me out of my share, Marlowe. He wanted to return all the bonds intact. He really fell in love with Liz Stewart and decided to play all-American boy.
You mean he decided to call it all off after he'd stolen the bonds?
Yes, Marlowe. That was the reason we argued tonight.
Well, it's a stronger reason than one I already had for your committing murder. Baby, you wanted that money bad.
No, you're wrong.
Come back here. Why did you belt Odom and run? And don't bother denying that you did, because I just left him. And he's minus good health and that top coat over there. So if you think
I
that you...
can explain that. I was scared that a confession out of Dean would get me into hot water. And when you showed and then Odom,
Just a minute,
But
Carol.
Marlowe,
Just a minute, will you? I think I've got the answer.
What answer?
It's dust, Carol. Dust and what an old gossip swears she saw from her window. Right now, I've got to get over to her place before she ends up looking like the late Mr. Howard.
Well, then you believe me, Marlowe, about not killing Dean.
I don't know. But since you've been in this cheap swindle from the start, we'll just tuck you into an old-fashioned wardrobe. Just for safekeeping, baby. Outside in Liz's car, I slammed my foot down hard against the accelerator and didn't ease up until I screeched to a stop, away from 310 North Normandy, where I knew murder was scheduled to happen again. I was next to a pair of half-open French doors through which I could see Agatha Lambriger sitting erect in a straight-back chair. I was happy that I hadn't taken any longer in getting there. I was also happy that the man standing opposite her, gun in hand, the man who had murdered Dean Howard, had his back to me. I got a firm grip on the .38 in my hand.
You've been so nosy, Miss Lambriger. It is too bad that Marlowe had to let me know you've been a witness when I killed Dean Howard. A roughhouse, I think you called it.
A roughhouse is what I thought at the time. But when I saw Dean Howard's body out in the alleyway, I knew...
You knew I killed him. Everything would have been simple if you hadn't had your nose out a mile. I was going to run over him, and it would have looked like an accident. But I had to move the body after you saw it. Marlowe's car looked good until I could dispose of it. But there's no point telling you all this. You won't be able to gossip about it, Miss Lambriger. I'm sorry. Sorry, but that's the way it has to be. You or me.
I vote for you, Odom. Drop your gun before I close the polls for good, real noisy like. Come on, drop it.
No, don't shoot. I dropped it.
Okay. I'll move to the middle of the room, hands high.
Well, I didn't want to do it, but I had to kill him.
Dean Howard was going to return the bonds he took, and that would have left you in a spot, wouldn't it? Because Howard only stole $30,000 out of that safe. You were taking $10,000 to legitimately sell for your boss.
I know what
And when you went to return them, you
happened.
saw there'd been a theft. And you decided to make the most of it and let somebody else take the rap for the whole $40,000. Don't worry, a man who shoots another man in the back has no guts. He won't try anything while I'm looking at him.
No, Marlowe. I don't have any more guts than it takes to jump behind a woman's skirt. I'll lay you out choked to death. If you take one more step. Now lower your gun and listen.
All right. Let her go, Odom.
Sure, let it go. Just as long as you cooperate, Marlowe.
Marlowe, don't be a
Shut
fool.
up. Shut up.
Don't shoot. You kill me anyway. Shoot.
No.
Shoot.
No, don't shoot. No, don't shoot. Don't.
Huh. You were right, Marlowe. No guts.
It was an ambulance, a half a dozen squad cars, and a police captain included, and 3 long hours of questions and answers in triplicate later, before 310 North Normandy and Environ settled back to being just another quiet house on just another quiet street. With, of course, the exception of Miss Agatha Lambrigger, who now would never return to normalcy. And as we sipped hot tea together and a clock someplace deep in another room struck twice,
Now, Philip, I'm sure I had this
she was
right.
still going strong.
Dean Howard owed money, so he and that worthless singer decided that he should get friendly with your wealthy client and then at a propitious moment rob her uncle, correct?
Correct, yeah.
But what I don't understand is how you knew it was that awful man Odom.
Well, there were 2 things, honey. His anxiety to get me to Carol, together with a streak of dust the length of Odom's topcoat sleeve, all added up to a hunch.
That, Philip, I don't understand.
Well, you got to take them in reverse order. I saw dust on Odom's topcoat sleeve when I was in Carol Cody's apartment. That reminded me of the dust all over Howard's place.
Oh, a mess, that house.
Yeah, luckily. And the dust was the length of the sleeve, as though somebody had brushed against the wall, coated thick with it.
As one would in searching for something,
That's right. Now, there's another thing. You saw Howard and another man roughhousing in a hall by looking out of that window there.
Mm-hmm.
Where, Miss Lambrigger, no hall is visible, but where there is a mirror.
Oh, then you mean I actually saw a reflection.
Yes, darling, you did. Dean Howard hid the bonds behind the mirror.
Which tilted so that I saw the reflection of a side hall.
That's right.
Well, now, Philip, one last question. Why did Odom move the body?
Well, if it's the last, I'll answer it. Because he didn't want Howard's death to appear a murder on the night the bonds were stolen. It was better if he died accidentally and wasn't connected with a theft.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, well, now look, Miss Lamb.
Excuse me, I'll only be a minute.
Yeah, but Miss Lambrigger...
Hello? Oh, hello, Judith. Yes, wasn't it thrilling?
Miss Lambrigger, really,
Darling, it all started so innocently. My part, I mean. Well, it was about 7
Miss Lambrigger, I have...
Philip, I'll be with you in a minute.
Oh.
Philip, who? Why, the detective, the one I mentioned earlier.
A long minute, I'm sure. Goodbye, girl. When I got outside, the silence was deafening. And then I remembered that I still had a client up on Roxbury Drive who I had to see. And that there were automobiles to be exchanged, and maybe, if I could find them, some right words to say to a girl who had a very rough night. So I started driving that way, slowly. But 10 minutes later, when I was halfway there, I stopped, turned around, and headed back for 310 North Normandy, and my .38 that I'd forgotten after a handful of policemen had finished examining it. It wasn't until I was at Agatha Lambrigger's front door again that I realized something more important.
Well, then this Odom, this killer, grabbed me as a shield, Judith, and told Marlowe he had guts enough. Guts was his word, my dear.
Yes, well, I could get my gun another day.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lois Corbett, Lorette Philbrandt, Lynn Allen, Peter Leeds, and John Stevenson. The special music is by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It began as the threat of a beating that turned into murder with a brown-eyed blonde, a jovial hippopotamus, and a tough ex-soldier of fortune. All complicating the problem until I got next to the key man.
Will you be listening when $51,000 go on the block during Sing It Again tonight? $26,000 in fabulous prizes for solving the mystery of the Phantom Voice, and additional $25,000 in cold, hard cash for answering only one more question about the Phantom. There's many another prize, too, for unriddling the smart, tuneful little riddle songs that keep Sing It Again moving at a terrific clip for the hour that it's on the air. It'll be here a little later on most of these same CBS network stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is David Harding. Because of the importance of tonight's Counterspy case, following our dramatization, there will be a special message from the Vice President of the United States of interest to all Americans.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Tonight, the case of a courageous come-on. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi-Cola, hit the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money. Goes twice as far. Pepsi is America's big, big favorite. And America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi's best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember, why take less when Pepsi's best? And now, to Counterspy. It is a scene truly out of the Old West. A dance and gambling hall crowded with hard-riding, fast-shooting men enjoying themselves, but at any moment ready for action. Suddenly, the swinging doors fly open. A tall, languid cowpoke stands framed in them. The crowd quiets down as the cowpoke ambles to the bar and stops in front of a well-dressed, shifty-eyed man.
Well, dude, it's sundown, and I'm still in town.
You don't take advice easy, Steve Morgan.
I'm choosy about whose advice I take, dude. I don't like yours. I give you 5 seconds to draw.
Now, look, Steve, you don't...
Okay, that's it. Cut! Camera will print that take. All right, boys, clear the set so we can do the fight scene next. Oh, Gary!
Well, how did it go, my great director? Okay?
Swell. Great, strong Charles stuff.
Thanks.
You've got a visitor, Gary. Dr. Hobart Wayland. This is Gary Marlowe. Steve Morgan in this picture we're shooting.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Marlowe? It's quite a thrill meeting you in person after seeing you in so many films.
Well, thank you, Doctor.
May I present my assistant, James Dover?
Oh, hello, Mr. Dover. Oh, sorry, Mr. Marlowe. I can shake hands with my left. Get used to it after being without a right arm a couple of years. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice. Okay. Everyone spots the leg first.
Mr. Marlowe, is there somewhere we could talk privately?
Why, my dressing room. Just follow me.
To get to the point, Mr. Marlowe, I'm heading the Institute for Disabled Workers, and we're embarking on a large fundraising campaign.
Well, maybe I'd better save your time, Dr. Wayland. All my charitable contributions are handled by my business manager.
We're not looking for charity, Mr. Marlowe.
Jimmy?
Why is it every time you guys see somebody without an arm or a leg, you think of tin cups and begging?
Well, I'm sorry. I thought...
Sure, I know you thought we're looking for a handout. Charity, huh? Did you ever take any, Mr. Marlowe? It sticks in your craw.
Jimmy, you better wait outside.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Believe me, Mr. Dover, I didn't mean... My fault, Mr. Marlowe. I fly off the handle too easy.
Wait outside, Jimmy. I'll finish our business with Mr. Marlowe.
All right, Doctor. I'm sorry again. I'm always being sorry. Doctor, I didn't mean to hurt him.
No one does. You see, Mr. Marlowe, that's what my institute is for. To educate the public to the abilities of disabled people. To accept a man, minus an arm and a leg like Jimmy, for instance, as a man, not a cripple.
Dr. Wayland, any way I can help you, I will.
Well, thank you, Mr. Marlowe. You can by contribution. Not of your money, but of your time.
Yes?
A month from now, we're holding a benefit in New York City. It's to raise money to set up a chain of industrial and liberal arts schools for the disabled, so they can become self-employed.
A month from now, you said?
Yes. And I'd like you, the famous Western film star, to be our master of ceremonies. We'll have a full program of stars and celebrities.
Well, I think I can do it, Dr. Whalen. I'll have to clear it with my agent in my studio, but that should be simple.
Splendid, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks for your cooperation. I'll have my secretary, Miss Vicky Brent, call you for a final confirmation. Good day, sir.
David Harding, United States Counterspies, Washington, from United Stage and Screen Actors Union, pursuant to Tax Bureau Memorandum. This is to notify you that members of our union are being solicited to appear at a benefit performance for the Institute for the Disabled. Dr. Hobart Whalen, Director. We are notifying our members they may appear unless you notify us to the contrary.
Mr. Harding, the telegram just came in for you.
Let's see, Peter. Oh, yes.
What's it all about?
Oh, that's right. You were out of town on the Horn case when this memorandum was issued.
I must have been. I don't know what it refers to.
Charity benefit performances. The Tax Bureau has been having trouble with them.
Oh? How?
Well, in some instances, the tax regulations allow entertainers to deduct contributions of their services to charity just as if they had donated cash. But there were a number of benefits last year that were nothing but highly organized rackets.
Oh, I get it. The tax people wouldn't allow the deductions for playing those benefits.
That's right. So we've worked out an arrangement with them and the various entertainers' unions. They notify us of scheduled benefits. We make a routine investigation.
Do the sponsors of the benefits know about it?
Not if we give them a clean bill of health.
And if we don't?
No benefit. Unless they want to promote one for themselves in the penitentiary.
Fine. For once we get a chance to stop a crime before it's committed.
That's about it. So put this institute and this Dr. Hobart Whalen through a routine investigation, and then we can forget it. Unless, of course, it turns out to be not routine.
Yes, Mr. Marlowe? Well, this is Dr. Whalen's secretary. I'll give him your message just as soon as he gets back here to the office. And we'll see you in New York in a month. Goodbye.
The great Gary Marlowe, wasn't he?
Yes, Jimmy. He says he'll MC the benefit performance.
Wonderful.
You're not very enthusiastic about it, are you, Jimmy?
Sorry, Fitzy, I've got the blues.
Vicky, Jimmy, I have splendid news.
What is it, Dr. Whalen?
Well, I've just talked to the management of Coliseum Hall in New York by transcontinental phone. They're going to let us have the hall for our benefit for just expenses. They're giving up their usual profit.
That's wonderful, Doctor. Isn't it, Jimmy?
Yeah, great.
Well, what's the matter?
Jimmy's a little down in the dumps today.
Oh?
Doctor, it's just that I haven't been doing anything. Just hanging around, acting like a pitch to soften people up. I walk in, they took a look at me, and they go woozy. And well, I can't stand the pity in their eyes when they see what the war did to me.
I know how you feel, boy. That's why your job is the toughest of all.
Yeah?
Because you've got to stand that pity. The misplaced pity of a lot of well-meaning people. You've got to do that so we can break the ground and educate them to know that you don't need pity. We've got to show people that a boy like you is well able to take care of himself. Show them in a dramatic manner that they'll never forget.
Maybe you're right, Doctor.
Of course I am. Now, I just made train reservations to New York. You go down the station, get those tickets. On the double. And don't tell me that you can't do that with one leg. I know you better.
Okay, Dr. Whalen. Sorry. On a double.
Vicky? Think I set the boy straight?
No question about it.
Funny thing is, every word I said was true.
And you didn't mean a single one.
The important thing is, he thinks I did.
Yeah, he does.
Now, what's the matter with you, Vicky?
Him.
Him? You falling for that half-man?
Shut up.
No, wait a minute.
I'm working this con game with you. That doesn't mean I have to like it.
But on this sudden distaste.
I just got a mental picture of Jimmy when he finds out that you and I are phony.
Really? Was he heartbroken?
Why don't
How
you...
the tears were streaming down his face. Touching sight.
Doc, what do you use for a heart?
A pump composed of animal tissue like every other human being.
Don't flatter yourself.
All right, I'll change that. Like every other animal in the jungle you call civilization.
Doc.
The survival of the fittest. The strong eat the weak. I'm strong, Vicky. The kid's a sucker. In fact, he's a cripple. Doesn't change that. Simply makes him better bait to lure on the healthy suckers.
Okay, Doc. No lectures.
Whatever you say, Vicky. Just don't turn into a sucker yourself.
It's a little late for me to change sides, I guess.
That's right. So snap out of it, Vicky. 2 more days, we head for New York.
Who is it?
Hey, Jimmy. Gas man?
Sure, Jimmy, sure. The door's not locked.
I thought you'd be in the club car.
Got my own club car. Right here in my own compartment.
Oh. Well, I see. Do you get train sick? Is that why?
No, I just like a drink now and then. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
Oh, of course not, Vicky. If you want me to go...
Why should I want you to go? Sit down. Look at the scenery that goes by.
I've just been talking to Dr. Whalen.
Dr. Whalen? That calls for another drink. You want one?
Vicky, don't you think you've had enough?
I've had enough of something, but it's not this.
Okay.
What you looking at?
The countryside.
Oh.
Makes me kind of ashamed of myself.
You ashamed?
Look at it, Vicky. Wide and rolling. Those wheat fields. Pretty in the sun, aren't they?
So pretty.
The doctor's right.
The doctor? Oh, yes, Dr. Wade.
Vicky, I've decided something. This country's big enough for everything, everybody. The mountains we went through. The plains will be rolling over soon. There's room in it for every man, even a guy like me, a half... Sorry, Vicky.
The doc told you that, huh?
Yeah, but I added something of my own. Vicky, this country's big, but it needs me. I'm alive. I've got something to give it. Me and a million other men and women like me. Trouble is, it's kind of slow to wake up to the fact. Sort of stupid. But I'm going to help smarten it up.
You are?
Sure, Vicky, and you, too.
You know something, Jimmy? You know who's stupid?
No, Vicky, who?
You're stupid.
Oh,
and a sucker. Oh, what a sucker. You're not a strong one. You're not like the doc. You're not like me. Strong ones. That's me.
Vicky, what are you
And
talking
the
about?
doc. The doc. He couldn't even give you a prescription to buy a bandage in a drugstore.
Now, Vicky, snap
No,
out.
you listen to me. Tell you a beautiful story about a rat. A pretty rat. You think I'm pretty, don't you, Jim?
Now, Vicky, makes sense.
I wish I didn't, but I do. Jimmy, our organization is a phony, and the doc is a phony, and I'm a phony.
What are you saying?
What am I saying? I'm down off that crutch of yours. And I'll tell you.
Operator, I'm in a railroad station. I only have 8 minutes. I don't know the number, but I've got to talk to Counterspy headquarters in Washington, D.C. Mr. David Hardy.
Mr. Peters, call Mr. Harding right away. Mr. Peters, call Mr. Harding right away.
This is Peters, Dave.
Yes, Peters. Has anything come in on the investigation of that benefit for the disabled?
No, Chief. You said it was just routine.
Well, it's not routine anymore. Bring whatever you've got to my office. We've got to go to work. Fast.
Back to Counterspy in just a moment. But first...
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. Truthful glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question, why take less when Pepsi's best? No budget, no allowance, ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste. Twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi's best? Yes, families like yours and mine. Families all over America. They're all saying, why take less when Pepsi's best?
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. Tastes terrific when you're hot. More and better than the rest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always, get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi whenever you reach for refreshment. Remember,
I take less when Pepsi's best.
And now, back to Counterspy. He, Brent, are in a corridor of a large New York hotel. Jimmy raises his good arm to knock on the door of room 302, then pauses.
Sure you want to go through with this, Nicky?
I'm sure.
Thank you.
Come in.
Come on. Mr. Hardy?
That's right, Mr. Dover. Come in. Sit down.
This is Miss Vicky Brent I told you about.
Yes. Won't you sit down, Miss Brand?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Why not sit back, Miss Brand? You don't look very comfortable perched on the edge of that chair.
I'm a little nervous.
No, it's all right, Vicky.
This is my assistant, Mr. Peters. Miss Brent, Mr. Dover.
How do you do,
Hello.
Mr. Peters? Dover?
Now, Mr. Dover, let's listen to you. What about this phony benefit you called me about?
Well, I told you about Dr. Wayland and my part in it.
Sketchily, yes. Well, we've already investigated Wayland. He has a long record as a confidence man and a chiseling promoter.
Well, I think Vicky, Miss Brent can give you a better picture of the setup than I can.
Oh, Miss Brent?
First, Mr. Harding, I want to get one thing straight.
Yes.
Jimmy's got a little blind spot about me. This isn't the first fake deal I've been in. The doc didn't con me into it. I knew what it was all about from the start.
I'm glad you said that, Miss Brent. It's a good beginning.
What?
We've been looking you up, too. Peters.
Victoria Brent, alias Barry, alias Brandon. Indicted for racetrack swindle, suspended sentence. Indicted as suspect in fur theft, probation, and some more.
I couldn't have hidden it if I wanted to.
Well, the important thing is you didn't want to. Now, will you tell your story?
Well, Doc Wayland got the idea to promote this benefit for disabled people. He called me in on the deal, and I went for it.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy was hired by the doc, and the doc gave him a song and dance about useful work and what a great project it was. Make the people aware of the ableness of the disabled.
And I went for it, hook, line, and sinker.
No reason you shouldn't, Mr. Dover. It's a great idea.
I'm keeping that in mind. Go ahead, Miss Brent.
Well, with Jimmy to go around with them and soften them up, the doc promoted half the big names in Hollywood. They'd... Well...
Say it, Vicky. They'd take one look at me and drown in their own pity.
I'm sorry, Jimmy.
And now we're supposed to pull the same stunt with the Broadway and radio stars, only I'm not supposed to know that's what it is.
We'll come back to that, Jimmy. Go on, Miss Brent.
The doc set up a phony outfit, the Institute for the Disabled, chartered in some state out west.
Yes, with himself as the sole trustee for the Institute. Yes, we've checked that.
That's right. He was going to send a check for the proceeds of the benefit to the Institute, all right, and be there himself to receive it.
He expected to get away with something that wrong?
No, Mr. Peters, but he expected to be out of the country by the time it was found out.
Well, how far has the organization gone?
All the way. Tickets, advertising. He's even got a Coliseum Hall lined up. Now he just wants to line up some more names.
I notice he's scaled the prices on the tickets from $10 up to $1,000. There's no placket.
Well, anything else, Miss Brent?
No, that's it. I'm glad it's finished.
Yeah, and I guess I'm kind of sorry.
What?
Well, at least somebody was interested in guys like me. Finding out that disabled guys can do lots of jobs as well as they did before they were cracked up.
Jimmy, don't say that.
You know, it's funny. The only guy interested was a crook. And now he won't be around.
Jimmy, I think he may be. For a little while.
What?
I don't get it, Mr. Hardy.
When we make an arrest, it's for the good of society. But I'm not sure this case is as simple as that.
Why, I don't understand, Mr. Hardy.
Well, I may be sticking my neck out. But if we plan the how and when of Dr. Whalen's arrest, we'd be doing a lot more for society than we would by picking him up right now.
How's that, Mr. Hardy?
I've got an idea that might work if Jimmy and Vicky will cooperate.
Oh, anything you say, Mr. Hardy.
There'll be some risk.
Vicky?
I've gone along with you this far, Jimmy. I'll go all the way.
Good. Now make yourselves comfortable. I'll tell you my plan.
Gee, what a crowd, Jimmy. I never figured they'd turn out like this. The Coliseum's jammed.
Yeah, but I'm wondering where's Dr. Whalen?
He'll be here. You stop worrying.
Well, Mr. Hardy's too swell about this. I'd hate for him to get in a jam. Say, you don't think Doc Whalen's wise, do you?
Jimmy, you don't think I tipped him.
Oh, no. No, Vicky. I know you couldn't. What I think about you, well, a guy like me shouldn't.
Jimmy?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know I couldn't cross you out? Tell me.
Oh, Vicky. Oh, there's Doc Whalen. I guess he just came in.
You're looking so happy.
Hello, Jimmy and Vicky. Splendid crowd. Splendid.
Where were you, Doctor? We were getting worried.
Just checking up at the box office, Jimmy. Don't you think it's time Gary Marlowe started the program?
Yeah, sure, Doc. I'll tell.
He's right over there.
Say, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, yes, Jimmy?
You want me to begin?
Yeah, right away.
Oh, and, Mr. Marlowe, don't forget that first guest. He'll be kind of a surprise for everybody.
How could I forget him? Well, here we go.
Good luck, Mr. Marlowe.
Trying to start, Jimmy?
Yeah, right away, Dr. Whalen. Let's sit here close and enjoy the show. Huh?
I intend to. You put a lot of work in it.
We've all put a lot of work in it, Doc.
Before we begin the show, there's a special guest I'd like to introduce right now, as he has to leave shortly on urgent business. In fact, this gentleman is always on urgent business. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to present the Chief of the United States Counterspy, Mr. David Harding.
Harding. Jimmy, how did this happen?
Special guest, Dr. Whalen. I thought it was great we could get him. He doesn't make many public appearances.
Oh, yes. Great.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Later on, I want to ask you about a trade secret. In those Western films of yours, how do you get 50 to 100 shots out of one 6-shooter revolver? The counterspies could use a trick like that. But seriously, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to be here. For the purpose of this benefit is of major importance to America. It's wonderful that more and more of us realize that the disabled can take their places as useful citizens. This occasion is to see that they get their chance, not as a charity, but as a right. And now, will the organizers of this great event come over here? Both of you. Dr. Hobart Whalen. Thank you, Mr. Harding. And Jimmy Dover. Now, I have a surprise for the audience. An actual arrest here on the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, splendid as this affair is, it has one black mark. It was organized by a confidence man, a swindler, a crook. This man here, Dr. Hobart Whalen, Jimmy, I want you to arrest him. I'm getting up. On with him. This rush is just nothing besides bleeding. Pretty good for a supposedly disabled man, wasn't it? Now, while my assistant Harry Peters helps Mr. Gover remove the prisoner, I'll tell you, the audience, why we did not cancel this benefit weeks ago, even though we knew the promoter was a crook. We didn't stop it because the cause is close to our hearts. The Counterspies employ many so-called disabled men and women. They hold key positions in our code division, communications, and others. So we allowed this benefit to go on. And you may rest assured that at the suggestion of the President's Committee on National Employ the Physically Handicapped Week, your money will go to a legitimate organization interested in this problem. And now, here is Gary Marlowe with the rest of the show.
Golly, Mr. Harding, that was wonderful, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
How's Whalen?
He's unhappy, Dave. Two of our agents are taking him down to our field office to be booked.
Well, then that winds up things, Jimmy.
Except for me, Mr. Harding.
Yeah. What about Vicky, Mr. Harding?
Well, she'll have to testify against the doctor, of course.
What will that
means jail as a material witness.
Jail?
Of course, if someone would accept responsibility, Vicky could be paroled in his custody.
Oh, I'll do that, Mr. Harding.
But, Jimmy, you don't...
Oh, Vicky, we've stuck together this long. I can stand it a little longer if you can. Okay, Mr. Harding?
Okay, Jimmy. In fact, from the sound of things, I'd say very okay. And by the way, when you find time, get in touch with me about becoming a regular counterspy. Will you, Jimmy? Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to present the following message, especially prepared for this Counterspy broadcast, by the Honorable Alban W. Barkley, Vice President of the United States.
Today's disabled veterans and handicapped workers have the full support of the United States government in their quest for suitable employment opportunities. The President of the United States has established a special civilian committee to lend assistance in discharging this national responsibility of providing work for qualified handicapped men and women. The response by businessmen, industrialists, and labor officials has been highly gratifying, but we must intensify our efforts so that a war wound or an industrial accident is not a one-way ticket to the sidelines. I ask your continued interest in those handicapped workers presently employed and added opportunities for those seeking work. I urge all Americans to remember that ability is much more important than disability.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Next week's Counterspy case deals with the teenage terrors who worshipped a heel. The stolen loot that was paid for with a wet handkerchief and hard cash. And the underworld mobster who pulled a switch and continued to be a right guy. Be sure to tune in next Tuesday
to the case of the Flatbush Fagin on Counterspy. And remember, when your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola, hits the spot, 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lot more value, lot more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by William M. Sweets, dramatized by Palmer Thompson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi ice cold tonight.
Master Detective!
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
Dead Witnesses. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murder Room.
How about having me lunch with me in an hour or so, Pete? I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
Oh, swell, Nick. Where can I meet you?
Well, suppose we get...
Nick, that guy across the street, they got him.
Yes, come on. Maybe he's still alive.
Well, maybe, but he doesn't look so to me. The way he's all crumpled up there.
I'm afraid you're right, Pete. Here, help me turn him over on his back.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, he's dead already.
Hey, Nick, will you look at who he is?
Our old friend Louis Morelli, the gangster. Well, he'll never muscle in on anybody's rackets again. He certainly took care of that.
Yeah. Well, they can take his name off the blotter at headquarters. But, Nick, did you see who was in the front seat of that death car as it went by us?
Yes, Pete, I did. Slug Barron.
Yeah, Nick, Slug Barron in person. Do you realize what this means? We now have something we've been trying to get for the past 3 years. Evidence against Slug that will let us put him away. Well, every detective on the force, including me, has been trying to get something on that thug ever since he pulled his first job here.
Right, Pete. This should be good news to the whole city.
Pardon me, but is he dead? Yeah, very dead. You know him?
No, I never saw him before. But I did see him shot by someone in that car that went by. And I think it's outrageous that such things can happen in this city.
You say you saw him shot?
Yes. I happened to look up as the car went by. And then I heard the gun shooting, and I saw him fall.
You wouldn't be able to identify the man in the front seat of that car, would you?
I'm sure I would. He was a mean-looking individual, and that big scar across his cheek was very plain. Why?
Nick, this is too good to be true. Another witness. Hey, look, fella, would you be willing to testify against that guy when we catch him?
I certainly would. Such men should be put away where they can't get out. Here's my card. Let me know when you want me.
Okay, thanks. William P. Fletcher, 46 Main Avenue. Oh, boy, oh, boy. We'll call you all right, buddy. We've waited for this for 3 years.
Nick, that's the best news I've had in this department in years.
Have you picked up Slug yet, Riley?
Oh, but the boys will be in with him any minute now. And then with 3 honest-to-goodness witnesses against him, we'll put him in the chair and strap him down tight. And that'll be a happy day in my life.
I know just how you feel, Riley. That's been...
Yeah?
Just got a report that a man was knocked down and killed by a truck over on the east side. About 2:30 this afternoon.
Huh?
Apparently an accident, although the body was pretty badly smashed up. I thought you'd like to know.
And why did you think I'd like to know?
Because the guy has been identified as William P. Fletcher of 46 Main Avenue.
William P. Fletcher. Nick, that's the fellow who was going to be a witness for us against Slug Barron.
So Slugger's up to his old tricks again.
You think so, too, do you?
I don't think there's much question about it. Slug finds there's a witness. If witness can't be intimidated, witness disappears. Simple as 2 and 2.
Hey, you'd better look out for a guy named Nick Carter, then.
I've been doing that for years, Riley. This won't be the first time I've come up against Mr. Slug Barron.
Hey, Chief. Huh? Look, we've combed this whole town from end to end, including up and down and sideways, and there ain't a sign of Slug anywhere.
What do you mean there ain't a sign of him? There's got to be. He ain't left town, has he?
Oh, I don't think so, but we can't locate him. Him or the death car, and nobody knows anything about him either. Well, if they do, they won't talk.
Which is nothing new.
Well, if Slug's still in town, Pete, and you guys don't bring him in the next 24 hours, you can turn in your badges.
Okay, Lieutenant, I'll do my best.
Your best ain't good enough. You gotta do better. Can you beat it, Nick? For 3 years, this Slug Barron has been head man in the city. For 3 years, me and him has been at it tooth and nail. He's been the head of every big racket we've had. Why, we've arrested him 20 times, and 20 times we've had to let him go because we couldn't prove nothing on him. And every time we let him out of here, he laughs in my face. Now he kills this Morelli, and 3 witnesses see him do it, and they're willing to testify, and suddenly 1 witness is killed, and we can't find Slug anywhere.
Now, calm down, Riley. Your biggest job right now is to keep your witnesses alive until you do find Slug.
Well, we'll still hang it on him with you and Pete as witnesses, even if he did get rid of Fletcher. Now, look, Nick, wouldn't you like to get after Slug yourself?
Why?
You could call it self-protection, Nick. Don't forget you're a witness now, too.
Okay, Riley, since you put it that way, I'll do what I can to get Slug for you.
But, Nick, Slug Barron is a dangerous killer, and you know it.
Certainly I know it, Patsy. That's why I'd like to see him put where he'd be in the receiving end of a legal killing.
You mean the chair?
I do. And the sooner he gets there, the better off.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Put Nick on, quick.
It's Riley, Nick, and is he excited?
Oh, thanks. What's up, Riley?
Peter's just been found dead in his own garage, killed by the exhaust from his car, the coroner says.
How did it happen, Riley?
His wife says he got back to the house about 7:30 this evening. He drove in the garage and shut the doors, and about a half hour later, she suddenly realized that he hadn't come in the house yet. So she went to look and found the body.
Do you believe it was an accident, Riley?
I do not. It was Slug did it. There's no question about it. He's getting rid of the witnesses, and you're next, Nick.
Okay, Riley. I'll get to work right away. I owe it to Pete as well as to myself now.
Good, Nick. But what's your step, lad?
Right, Riley. Oh, and Riley, I'd like to donate $100 to the fund for Pete's widow. He was my friend. So long.
Did he say that another witness had died?
Yes, Patsy. Pete's just been found dead in his car in his own garage with the motor running.
But that could be an accident, Nick.
It could, Patsy, but it wasn't. No more than that truck's killing Fletcher was an accident. That's Slug's specialty, being clever.
He's dangerous, Nick. Do be careful.
Well, Patsy, there's one thing in my favor. I know that Slug will never shoot me down out in the open. He only does that with his fellow crooks. Fletcher's death looked like an accident. Pete's death looked like an accident. And if he can get me, that'll look like an accident, too, which makes it easier for me to watch out for him.
You mean he'll set a murder trap for you?
Probably.
Nicholas Carter's office.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Carter, please.
Just a minute. Here, Nick. See you.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Nick Carter speaking.
Mr. Carter, would you care to drop in on me and have a little talk?
Who is this?
That's not important now. The important thing is, would you care to come?
Well, why should I be interested in you?
It might be to your advantage.
In what way?
I know something that you'd like to know. I have some information that would help you in your search.
Oh. Where are you?
I'm in the Cascade nightclub. Will you join me?
Yes. How can I find you?
I shall be at the far right-hand table as you enter the main dining room. I shall look forward to seeing you in, shall we say, about half an hour.
Okay. I'll be there.
Oh, Nick, you mustn't go. This is probably the very trap you were telling me Slug would set for you.
It may be, Patsy. Although I doubt that he'd use the Cascade nightclub. That's a little too well known for him.
But, Nick, people who have legitimate business...
Patsy, I can't afford to overlook any source of information.
But there are other ways of getting information besides sticking your neck out for it.
This man's voice interests me, Patsy. I think I might just see what he looks like. Besides, it isn't often that I get a chance to go to a nightclub like the Cascade. Maybe I can stick him with a check. Good evening, Mr. Carter. You sent for me? Yes. Would you sit down? Thanks. Care for something to drink? No, thank you. Cigarette? No, thanks. Just interested in business, huh? Well, maybe I can help you with some information I happen to have. Yes? Mr. Carter, would you like to put your hands on Slug Barron? I'm afraid I don't understand you. No? I think you do. Let me put it in another way. If you live long enough to get your hands on Slug Barron, it means the electric chair for him. But I happen to know that your chances of living are none too good right now either. He's left you alone until he got rid of the other two witnesses. But now that they're gone, your turn is next. How do you know all this? That's not important just now. What is important is that you may die tonight, tomorrow, or next week. But whenever it is, you are going to die. You won't have a chance to do anything about it. You'll probably be dead before you even know what the bullet that kills you feels like. Well, all this is very interesting. I fail to see where it's leading you, mister. The name is Morelli. Morelli? Yes. Louis Morelli, the man Slug Barron killed, was my brother. I came to town to kill Slug myself, but I find I can't do it alone. I can't get to him. But I can help the police to get him. You mean you know where he's hiding out? No, I don't. But I do know something just as good. I happen to know that he changes his hiding place every other day to make sure that cops don't trace him. The address of his new hiding place is left with one of his henchmen in an old-fashioned safe. I know the house where the safe is located. And I know that for 2 hours this evening, that house will be deserted. And what do you want me to do? Well, I've had some experience in breaking into houses and opening locked doors as well as locked safes.
I'll take you to the house. The safe will be open. You can learn Slug Barron's hiding place, and then the rest you do.
If all that you say is true, why don't you get the address and bring it to me? The result would be the same.
Look, Carter, I'm a safe cracker and a burglar, but I'm not a stool pigeon. I may help the cops, but I don't hand them evidence they can perfectly well get for themselves.
That's a rather fine distinction, isn't it, Morelli?
You have your ways of doing things, Carter, and I have mine. You want to work with me or not?
Very well. Where'll I meet you and when?
Let me see. 5 after 10 now. I'll meet you at 5 minutes past midnight in a doorway at the corner of Perry and Clinton Streets.
I'll be there.
Just one thing. Come alone. I can't afford to have anybody know I work with the cops. If you bring anybody with you, the whole thing is off. Remember, don't bring anybody with you.
Very well, Morelli. I'll be there at 5 after 12. And alone.
Now, wait till I get a pencil here. All right. Go ahead, Nick. What you look like?
Medium height, black hair, blue eyes, little mustache. Weighs about 135 pounds. Parts his hair way over on the left side. Scar on back of the right hand. Nose has been broken and fixed up.
Yeah.
You know him?
Well, not offhand, Nick. But if he's in the gallery, I'll get him for you. Is there anything else?
Not now, Riley. Meet me in a half hour at Daly's lunchroom.
And where is Daly's lunchroom?
Out on Palmer Avenue, near the city line.
But, Nick, that's 3 miles from here.
Right. Daly's is far enough out so that nobody's going to bother us. I'll meet you there in half an hour.
Okay, Nick, okay. I'll be there. I don't know. Sometimes I can't figure that guy Carter out at all.
I think we can talk safely here, Riley.
I should hope so. To get me way out here on the sticks.
Well, what did you find? Did you dig up that picture?
I found him right enough. His name is Lucky Warren. He's one of the big Chicago mobsters, one of the smoothest articles ever came out of Chicago.
Oh, so that's why he looked rather familiar. He belongs to the E Street gang, if I remember right.
Right, Nick. Hey, what kind of a line did he hand you?
Oh, told me he was the brother of Louis Morelli, the guy Slug Barron killed.
He's no more Morelli's brother than I am.
And he gave me a song and dance about wanting to get Slug, but not being able to get near him.
And what was his proposition? He had one, of course.
Of course. He offered to open up a safe in a secret apartment and lead me to it if I went alone.
And what did he say was in the safe?
The address at which we could find Barron for the next 2 days.
That's a hot one. What a phony setup that is. Why, that's nothing but a murder trap, Nick. Why, when you walked into that room, you'd be riddled with bullets like a sieve.
You may be right, Riley. Maybe right. Maybe I'd never get any further than the door of the room. But on the other hand, we've been chasing Barron for 3 years now. If we should have him cornered...
Cornered me, aye. He's setting the trap to corner you.
You can't be sure, Riley. It might work out.
Work out? Nick, I've fought with you many a time in the past, and if the Lord spares me, we'll fight together many a time in years to come. But I think too much of you to see you walk into a house where you can't live 5 minutes.
5 minutes. If I could only be sure that I could live for 5 minutes after I walked in.
Nick, is there anything the matter with you? Are you nuts or something?
No, Riley, I think not. I think I have an idea. It might work. And it might not.
And you might live and you might not.
Now, don't you see, Riley? That's true even if I don't walk into this trap of his. If he doesn't get me one way, he'll get me another. My only chance to stay alive is to get him first. And this plan of mine may be the answer.
Nick, you know you can't...
Hold your tongue, Riley, and listen while I tell you my idea, because I'm going to need your cooperation as I never needed it before. Now, here it is.
Time, I see, Carter.
Yes, Morelli. Let's get going.
Certainly. The house is not far from here, just around the corner, as a matter of fact. I just come from there. The door to the basement is open, and the safe is in one of the upstairs rooms.
And you think there'll be nobody there for at least 2 hours?
For between 2 and 3 hours, the house will be deserted.
And you're going to show me the room where the safe is?
I've done all I'm going to do. The door is open, and the safe is open. The rest is up to you.
I hope your information's correct. I shouldn't like to be caught in a strange house rifling the safe.
That's the least of your worries. That is, catching Slug Barron is much more important, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course.
Here. This is the house. It's all red brick.
Number 42. Doesn't look very inviting, does it? Gone already, huh? Didn't take you long to leave, did it? Well, Nick, you're on your own now. Nothing here in the basement to interest me. Yeah, glad I thought to put new batteries in this flashlight tonight. Seems to be nobody here on the first floor. Must be all up on the second floor where he said the safe is. It probably won't bother me until I get up there, which is just as it should be. Must be in the living room. Still furnished. Been a long time since anyone lived here. This'll do well enough for what I want. Have a cigarette, Nick? Yes, thanks. Have another cigarette, Nick? Why, yes, thanks. Won't you have another cigarette, Nick? Why, yes, thanks, I will. Now. Sounds as if they're getting nervous upstairs. Don't worry, friend. I'll be up in just a minute. Say, Lucky, thought you said you told him the safe was up here. I did. Yeah? And what the deuce is he doing down there? How do I know? I still think you should have brought some of the boys to help you. Somebody afraid of him? He's no pushover, I know that. You guys are quiet. Here he comes now. Get set. These are the creakiest stairs I ever heard. Yeah, there's the room. I can see the safe. Oh, this is some room. No windows in it. And look at this door. Solid steel, built like an icebox. It's so heavy. And still no one here to meet me. Well, at least I can look into the safe while I wait. Yeah, the door's open a crack, just as advertised. Wonder why... So that's it. Very interesting. Well, if that's the setup, I think I'll leave the examination of the safe till later. Now, the chair looks comfortable. I'll wait for my host there, with my gun in hand, just in case. Now, let's see. It's been just 4 minutes since I came up from downstairs. If I can hold out here another 2 minutes at least before they... Oh. So you've come to welcome me at last, have you?
Well, Nick Carter, it's been some little time since we saw each other. Formally.
It's hardly my fault, Slug. I've done my best to find you any number of times in the past year or more.
Slug, let me take a shot.
Oh, yes, of course. You're here, too. Have you managed to avenge your brother yet, Mr. Lucky Worm?
How the devil are you? All right, Lucky. Come in and close the door. Don't forget you're only a guest at this party.
Look, Slug, let's get this over with. Fooling around with Nick Carter is dynamite. I don't really see why you should feel that way, Lucky. Nobody knows where I am, so nobody's going to interfere with you.
You ain't telling us nothing, Carter. We made sure of that ourselves. We had 2 men shadow you from the nightclub to the lunchroom where you talked to Lieutenant Riley. We had 2 men shadow Riley back to headquarters. And 2 more follow you when you came here to meet Lucky. Now, Carter, we're sure there ain't no cops following you this time.
You've been to a great deal of trouble, Slug, seems to me, just to get me to walk into a death trap that was corny and as obvious as this one. Well, now that I'm here, what's going to happen?
Carter, I've been waiting 3 years to take care of you, and I'm going to see that you get
I see that you've cut the current off from the safe. If I hadn't heard the hum of the transformer a few minutes ago, I should probably have touched it and been knocked unconscious. Was that what you wanted?
If you'd have touched that safe, you would have been dead.
Oh. That's what happened to that headquarters cop they found on the third rail of the elevator last winter. I thought it didn't look right at the time. You got him to touch this safe and that electrocuted him. Then you dumped him in the third rail where they found him. Very clever, Slug.
You're learning that a little late, ain't you, Carter?
Too bad it didn't work with me. Now you've got to find some other way to get rid of me. Some less clever way.
Are we going to stand around here all night chewing the rag, or are we going to take care of this guy and now?
Take it easy, Lucky. Now that we're all here together, there ain't no hurry. Carter ain't going nowhere.
And with the door closed the way it is, this room is soundproof, isn't it? Lovely room for a murder. And it probably won't be the first time it's been used for that either.
Let me take him, Slug. My finger's getting anxious.
All right, Lucky. But make it good.
I'll make it good, all right.
Sure, Lucky'll make it good. If he doesn't.
Hold still, Lucky. Hold still, Lucky.
What are you doing?
He's got me, Slug.
Get out of the way, Lucky. I can't hear you standing in front of him.
That's the idea, Slug. And he's going to stay there for now.
Yeah, so you think you're safe as long as you got him held in front of you, do you, Carter? Well, you're crazy.
No, Slug, you can't shoot me. You can't do that.
Now, watch me. I waited too long to get this gun. So long, Lucky.
No, Slug, no.
Slug, you killed him.
Yes. You killed him. And missed me. What now?
Lucky's body is pretty heavy for you, ain't it, Carter? Now that he's dead.
Not too heavy, Slug. He's better protection than nothing.
Yeah, but you got no gun. So how long you expect to last?
No, I have no gun, but I do have a weapon. You ever think of that?
Yeah, what is it?
It's Lucky's body.
Than you expected, isn't it? That's enough of that. Take your hands up. All right, now put the cuffs on that mug and guard him with your lives. Take him down to the wagon.
Thanks, Riley. I'm about all in. Don't know why I feel so weak.
Are you hurt bad, Nick?
No. Just a scratch on the head. It's nothing.
Oh, nothing, is it? Sure, it's bleeding enough for two men. Hey, get the doc up here on the double.
Okay, sir.
How about that hole in your shoulder, Nick? I suppose that's nothing, too.
You almost did for me, Riley. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold him for you.
Hold him, did you say? Sure, Nick, you done noble. Nobody could have done better, or even half as good. I'm proud of you. I brought this old hurry-up wagon because I thought we might need to use it as an ambulance or as a hearse. Are you feeling better, Nick?
Oh, yes, Riley, thanks. Very much better.
Sure, Nick, you scared me out of 10 years' growth this night.
Oh, you got your killer, didn't you?
Sure, I got him after he almost got you. Oh, what a fool you were to walk into a trap like that, Nick.
Perhaps you're right, Riley. Somebody had to get slugged. I hoped I'd be able to take care of myself once I got in the trap, and as it turned out, I was getting pretty weak from loss of blood. I'm darn glad that you didn't arrive any later than you did.
You're a lucky guy, Carter. I'd have killed you if those guys hadn't butted in.
Well, you didn't. So that's that.
That's that, he says. Just like that. What a man.
Look, Carter, these guys didn't follow you up to this house. I know that. How did they know where you was?
Curious, huh? All right, I'll tell you. When I was talking to Riley last evening, some fire engines went by. They gave me an idea. We knew that this house of yours had to be in this district somewhere. And we knew that around here, everybody's so afraid of fire, they'd report even a suspicion of one. So I had Riley wait with the fire chief at the nearest fire station for the alarm. When they got the alarm, they knew where I was. And they came running.
When they got what alarm?
The alarm one of your neighbors sent in when he saw the fire.
What fire? I don't know nothing about no fire.
It was a good fire, Slug, while it lasted. But the boys from the firehouse put it out as soon as they got there.
Where was this fire?
Well, Slug, it was like this. When I stopped in the living room on the first floor of your house tonight, I lighted 3 cigarettes. I put a pack of matches under the curtains in each of the 2 windows and laid a cigarette across each pack of matches so they would burn for a couple of minutes before it set off the matches. Then I did the same with a 3rd cigarette and a 3rd pack of matches, putting them under some dry stuff I piled up under the desk.
And when the matches went off, they set fire to the curtains and the other stuff and started a nice little conflagration. and within 2 minutes, somebody phoned in an alarm just as we figured they would. It was a grand scheme, and Nick here thought it up all by himself.
Look, Mr. Brains, why'd you just set fire to the house and not bother with all that trick stuff with the cigarettes and matches?
Oh, if I'd done that, Slug, you and your pals would have smelled the smoke and beat it before we could stop you. But I figured that by having the fire start after you and I got together, you'd be too busy to notice it until it was too late.
Of course, I wasn't there till it was all over, but judging by the results, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah? It's too bad the house didn't burn down with you in it, Carter.
That was one of the chances I had to take. But it was worth anything to get you out of circulation.
Which will be just as soon as we can get the electric chair dusted off for you, Slug, me boy.
Exactly. The murder trap you set for me turned out to be a death trap for you, which is certainly poetic justice.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. How about a little preview of next week's story, Nick?
Well, next week I want to tell you about an adventure that we had in which Scubby was much more concerned than I was.
Well, that isn't quite true, Mr. Scott. What Nick really means is that while he was doing the detective work that finally solved the case, Scubby was having the real adventure.
You mean that in this case, the solution and the excitement were two different things?
Well, yes. We were up against a hijacking gang that stopped at nothing. Scubby set out to help me by getting some information from the inside. But all he succeeded in doing was to get himself in a real man-sized jam.
With Nick getting him out of it, of course.
Oh, of course. Well, if it's exciting, I'll be around listening.
You'll find it plenty exciting, I promise you. So until next week, so long.
So long.
So long to you both. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Lieutenant Riley by Humphrey Davis. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Death in the Pines, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Driver.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. But tonight's story began when one man tried to destroy another with the strangest weapon of all, darkness.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
When your job is to walk into the darkness and discover what makes a city tick, you pick up some mighty strange friends. The winos dreaming of a muscatel paradise in cold, dark doorways. The petty larceny boys with their fast deals. The painted little dames defying the world with their brassy laughter. The homeless, the hopeless. In the city, night is for the lost. And sometimes you feel a hunger to be with someone of the everyday world, some nice, well-adjusted soul who's got a reason for waking up tomorrow morning. I guess that's why I dropped in to see Bessie Chatfield tonight. Bessie's a little gray-haired librarian who has charge of a small storefront library on Huron Street. No one around this time of night but Bessie and a young fellow in a gray raincoat alone at a reading table.
Mr. Stone. Well, we haven't seen you, in such a long time.
Well, since Forever Amber, you haven't had the kind of high-type literature that interests me.
And when you finally do drop in, look what time you get here. 10 o'clock. Right when I have to go over and start turning out the light.
I timed it that way so I could get you behind those bookcases, away from that fellow with the reading desk.
Well, I'm afraid your timing is about 35 years off, Mr. Stone. These light switches. Why do they always put them up so high?
Aren't you going to tell that fellow it's time to go home?
This is the way we tell them. We flick off the lights and then flick them on again. First off, like this.
No, don't do that. No!
What?
Turn the lights on quick. Let me handle them.
What's the idea of doing that, mister? That's supposed to be smart or something.
Oh, take it easy, fella. Take it easy.
Or did he pay you to do it? Is that the deal?
Huh?
You tell George Brewster that the game doesn't amuse me anymore. You tell him if he keeps that up, I'll kill him.
Oh, wait. I turned the lights out. It's closing time.
What? Closing time? Oh. Yes, of course.
What's wrong with you, buddy? You sick or something?
Sick, yes, that's me, sick. Only mine's a childhood disease. Childhood.
No, what in the world was that?
I don't know. Ever seen him before?
He's come in a couple of times this week. Spent all the time reading some reference books at the table. Seemed to be such a nice, polite young man. Considerate, kindly.
Let's take a look at those books.
Oh, my heavens, my heart is beating a mile a minute. And did you see his face? It frightened me.
He was even more scared than we were.
Of what?
These are books he was reading?
Yes.
The Mind in Limbo, Abnormal Psychology, Modern Psychiatry.
Why would he want books like this?
Maybe he was looking for somebody in these books.
Who?
Himself, Bessie? Probably himself. Bessie was pretty upset, so after she locked up for the night, I started walking her toward the elevated station over on Lake Street. We'd walked a couple of blocks through the dark, empty streets when suddenly Bessie grabbed my arm.
Mr. Stone, that man down the street, looking in that store window. That's him.
Yes, same gray raincoat, same lad.
And look, Mr. Stone, what's that in his hand?
That's a piece of pipe or something.
He's breaking that store window.
Yeah, you wait right here, honey.
Be careful, Mr. Stone, be careful.
The fellow was reaching through the broken window glass for whatever it was that had struck his fancy. He heard me coming and turned toward me. The wan street light did something to his face. It seemed twisted and torn. Blood was running down his hand where the glass had cut it. Then I saw what he'd taken from the window. A gun. What's the idea, pal? He spun around and started running for the elevator station down the block. And in the best tradition of the Rover boys, I stayed right on his tail. He turned back to see how I was doing. He stumbled over a trash can near the curb. I caught up with him, grabbing his arm.
Let go of me. Leave me alone. Let go of me.
He slashed the gun across my face and began running again. I stopped long enough to take a quick inventory of my teeth. Up above, I heard the elevator train coming into the station. The young fellow had reached the station steps and was going up fast, trying to make that train. I reached for one of his legs. He turned and gave it to me right in the stomach. I folded up, and I just sat there. I listened to the train pull away with the fellow on it, and remembered what Bessie had said about him being such a nice, polite young man. After a while, I began to feel somewhat human again. I notified the police what had happened, and they sent a squad car out. After they left, I remembered something, a name this nice, polite young man had been throwing around. George Brewster. I found a phone book in a cigar store. There were 3 George Brewsters. The first number didn't answer. I tried the second.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to George Brewster.
Oh, he's not in right now. Is there any message?
Who is this?
I'm his sister. anything wrong?
Well, if this is the right George Brewster, something is wrong. Is there any reason why a young fellow should want to kill your brother?
Oh, that would be Morrison. Oh, I warned George.
Morrison, huh?
Tom Morrison.
Where does he live?
Our old apartment, 612 Hamlin Avenue. What makes you think he wants to kill George?
Well, this character broke into a store tonight and stole a gun. I sort of think he had your brother in mind when he did it.
Oh, no. What am I going to do?
Well, lady, I know what I'm going to do. As fast as I hang up and get another nickel into this phone, I'm going to call the police.
Oh, I feel so bad. It's not really Morrison's fault, poor man.
Oh, no. He's just a prince of a fellow. Goodbye, lady. I've got to make a call. But then it turned out that I didn't have a nickel. And on the way to the counter for change, I started wondering why the sister of the man he was going to kill felt sorry for Morrison. And why Bessie thought he was such a sweet character. And, well, the night was young, and 612 Hamlin Avenue couldn't wait, and I could call the cops later. 612 North Hamlin was a second-floor flat on the north side. I got there a few minutes after 11 that night. All the windows were lit up. I rang the bell and I waited. I felt a little bead of sweat zigzagging down my face like it didn't have any place to go.
Yes? Oh, it's you.
No, let's not close the door just yet. In fact, let's push it open all the way.
What do you want?
My 2 front teeth and a few ribs.
Get out of here.
Now, look, pal, don't tempt me. I came against my better judgment to listen to what you've got to say. If I leave now, the only place I'm going is the nearest police station.
Police station. I guess maybe that would be the best.
What?
Otherwise, I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, I guess you better call the police, mister.
What do you think you're doing, calling my bluff?
The phone's right behind you.
Okay, buddy, you asked for it. Sure this is the way you want it?
It's better this way. I'm at the end of my rope. I don't want to kill him.
George Brewster?
Yes, George Brewster. I know how it'll end if he doesn't stop.
Stop what?
Call the police, mister. You'd be doing me a favor.
Since when have I got to do you favors?
Well, why aren't you calling?
I'm an Eagle Scout in good standing. I haven't done my good deed for today.
You can't help me, mister.
Stone is the name. What makes you so sure I can?
Thanks for even wanting to. After that bad time I gave you.
Bad time? That's the understatement of the year.
Well, I was panic-stricken. It got me half crazy.
Well, what have you got to lose if you tell me about it?
No.
Okay.
Wait. I don't know. I'm like a drowning man grasping at straws. Look, maybe if you talk to Brewster, told him what he's doing to me, maybe he'd leave me alone.
Well, you never can tell. But I'd have to know what I'm talking about.
It's quite a story, mister. These lights. Look at them. Bright as the sun, aren't they? Lamps. Overhead chandeliers. Look at them.
I'd hate to see your light bills.
Well, like some men need drugs. That's how I need these lights.
Come again?
My sanity depends on it. My very sanity.
On these lights?
It's a sickness. You've even got a name for it. Noctophobia, it's called. Fear of darkness.
Fear of darkness? That's for kids. No, I take that back. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I quite agree. Kids. Or neurotic women. But in a man of my age, it's quite ridiculous. When the day starts drawing to a close, when the night starts crowding in.
Have you been to a doctor?
Sure, I've been to doctors. They tell me I shouldn't feel too badly. Plenty of people with my trouble. A hangover from childhood. An illness. Like heart trouble is an illness. I'll take the heart trouble.
Maybe you haven't gone to the right kind of a doctor. Maybe psychiatry could help you.
Nothing's going to help me. George Brewster's going to see to that.
What about this, Brewster?
He's trying to destroy me. With the strangest weapon of all.
The strangest weapon of all?
Yes. His weapon is the night.
You were listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy. In a moment, we'll return to Night Beat and Randy Stone. But first, we'd like to call your attention to another great NBC mystery adventure program.
Every Sunday, you'll want to hear the exciting new Christopher London series with screen actor Glenn Ford in the title role. Stories for Christopher London are furnished by Earl Stanley Gardner, one of the most famous mystery story writers in America. There is no doubt about the greatness of Gardner's stories, and with the superb acting of Glenn Ford, Christopher London should be must-listening for every mystery fan. Make a listening date now to hear the exciting adventures of Christopher London every Sunday over most of these same NBC stations. And now, back to Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone in Night Beat.
It was a weird feeling standing in Morrison's brilliantly lighted parlor listening to him tell me about his terror of darkness. A sturdy, healthy-looking man trapped by a childhood nightmare. I felt guilt listening to him like I was eavesdropping into a dark corner of his mind that was nobody's business but his own. And yet he had to tell me because he needed help. Because George Brewster was using Morrison's fear to destroy him.
I was sent to Chicago by our company to replace Brewster, Stone. Till he found out why I was here, he couldn't do enough for me. He even got me this apartment.
Greater love hath no man.
Then he found out what the setup was. He changed fast enough.
How did he find out about this fear of yours?
Well, I'm telling you how. The other night, the two of us were working alone in the big vault down at the office, working on some old account or other. The overhead light, it blew out.
Uh-huh.
Well, it was so sudden, I couldn't help myself. I tried to keep calm, but... Well, it's like something tearing me to pieces inside. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't... Finally, I had to run.
So he found out about...
No, he wasn't sure, but it started him thinking.
Yes, I see.
Next afternoon, he came over to my desk. He was jovial, friendly, like he'd been in the beginning. Saying we'd been at each other's throats long enough. Inviting me to have dinner with him that night. Right from work, we went to his favorite spot on the north side, a place called the Catacombs. I began feeling uneasy the moment I entered.
How do you like this place, Tom?
That's okay. It's fine.
It's been a favorite of mine for years. One spot in particular. The wine cellar. How do you feel about wine?
I like it all right.
Come along with me. I'm a wine man from way back.
Say, George, I wanted to talk to you about that little outburst last night.
They have a different wine cellar here with a different temperature for each type of wine.
I haven't been sleeping well, you see.
Me, I prefer Riesling myself. Well, here we are.
Huh?
The white wine cellar. We'll select our own brand for our supper. Here, I'll open the door. Yeah, this is a privilege only an old customer like me can get away with. Come on.
Dark down there.
That's why they've got this candle here on the ledge. Got a match?
Why?
A match, Tom.
Yeah. Here.
Okay. I'll get this candle going. Good. Now, let's go downstairs.
George, you think we should do this on our own?
Done it hundreds of times. Coming here for the last 10 years. Well, now let's go down these stairs. Careful.
Yeah. George, I was explaining about last night.
The candle casts funny shadows, doesn't it? You notice how cool it is? 20 feet below street level here.
Look, I want to talk about last night. I don't want any misunderstanding.
Huh?
It's just that I've been working pretty hard.
Look, Tom. Would it make you feel better if you showed me you're not afraid of the dark? Okay, you can show me. I'll blow out the candle.
What are you trying to prove, Brewster?
Nothing at all. It's your idea.
Where are those matches I gave you?
You gave me some matches? Well, I must have lost them.
It's not going to work, Brewster. I'm not insane, you know. I can stay down here until you're quite satisfied.
Funny, isn't it, about the darkness? The way it seems to close in on you. The way you start thinking you can't breathe. I know, I can see how someone could... What's the matter, Tom?
This is ridiculous.
Something so suffocating about a dark room.
Stop it. Stop it.
Only the heavy, smothering blackness.
Stop it.
Where are you going, Tom? Anything wrong? Anything wrong? Anything wrong?
Ran out of that cellar like a kid scared to death, Stone.
That was a rotten thing for him to do.
Well, he's fighting for his job, Stone. He's not too young anymore. Can't start all over again, so he'll do anything.
Oh, great.
I'm sure he's told the people down at work. I'm sure they're all laughing at me behind my back. You don't know what that does to me.
I can imagine.
Today I found a new desk lamp on my desk, courtesy of George Brewster. Every day, something like that.
Did you ask him why he's doing it?
He won't admit he's doing anything. Says it's all my imagination. Maybe I ought to see a doctor. Or better still, maybe a change of climate would help. Well, I'd leave town in a minute. I mean, my future's at stake, too. Before I let him drive me crazy, I'll kill him.
Well, I'm going now. I'm going to talk to this bird. Where does he live?
Out in the suburbs, Lake Forest. He lives with his sister.
All right, I'll give you a ring as soon as I've seen him.
Mr. Stone, I hope you can do some good.
Yeah. Oh. Say, I almost forgot something.
What?
That gun you made off with.
Well,
Maybe if we're lucky, we can talk the store owner out of pressing charges. I'll try.
That was a crazy thing to do. I was so desperate.
Wouldn't have done you much good. When they put them in the window, they never loaded. I'll let you in on a secret. If I hadn't known that, I wouldn't have been such a hero coming here tonight.
I'll let you in on a secret, Mr. Stone. You can get bullets without a license. The gun's loaded now.
Oh, great. All right, go and get it for me.
All right. Yes, I want to give it to you. It's in my bedroom.
He started for the bedroom. And then it was almost like a comedy routine where, after the big build-up, the punchline comes right out on cue. The moment he entered the other room, every light in the house suddenly went out.
What happened to the lights?
Take it easy. Where's the fuse box?
I don't know. Never had any occasion to use it. Besides, if it was the fuse, all the lights wouldn't go out. It wasn't you.
Use your head. How could I do it?
I'm getting out of here. All lights out, too. Stone,
well, maybe something went wrong with the central wire.
But why should it happen exactly now? Wait.
Huh?
The downstairs apartment. Their lights are on. If it was the wire...
All right. Let's ask them where the fuse box is.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Morris.
My lights went out. It might be a fuse. Where are the fuse boxes for these apartments?
Out in the back. I'll get a flashlight and show you. Here we are. The fuse box is right here below our meters. Whenever the people from the light company come out, they have a dickens of a time finding it.
Will you hold the flashlight steady and let me take a look?
Wait a minute, Stone. Lower the flashlight just a little.
Huh?
It's not the fuse. Look at the master switch on my meter. Look at the one of Mrs. Graham's.
Why, somebody pulled your switch down to off.
Yes. Yes, someone surely did.
Well, here, let me push it up. There.
And look upstairs. All your lights are on again.
That's probably some kids playing a joke.
How do you suppose the rascals ever found it? It's so well hidden.
I've got a theory that all kids come equipped with a special radar for finding things like this.
Mrs. Graham, tell this gentleman who used to live in my apartment before I did.
Why?
Tell him.
Why, you know. He even got the apartment for you. Your friend, Mr. Brewster. But what is that?
Tom, that doesn't prove he did it.
For me, it does, Stone. For me, it does.
Morrison went around to the front of his house and up the stairs to his flat. I waited in the hallway until he came down again. He looked different. His face was hard and set. His eyes were like chunks of glass punched into the flesh.
What are you waiting for, Stone?
When we were so rudely interrupted, you were going for the gun.
I've got it now.
Oh, yes. Hand it over. I'll bring it back.
No, thanks.
Well, where are you going and what are you going to do?
I'm fighting for my sanity, my life. He's never going to do this to me again. Never.
I can't let you do that.
You're not going to have to.
The minute you leave, I'm going to call every cop in the book.
Yes, that's what you do, isn't it?
Yes.
Then I'd better give you the gun.
This could become habit-forming. I dropped to my knees in the hallway, and then the hallway subdivided like something under a microscope, and there were 2 hallways, and then there were 4. And then everywhere I looked, there were hallways. Morrison tried to push me aside and get by me, only it was a whole circle of Morrisons. I grabbed at his legs to hold him back and was like grabbing at a centipede. Then all the Morrisons in all the hallways brought all their guns down on my one poor head. And that was it, brothers and sisters, that was it.
Feeling better, Mr. Stone?
Oh, if I felt any better, I'd call in a barber. Oh, what a business.
I heard a commotion and I came out and you were lying here.
Oh, this my head or is it a cantaloupe?
Oh, how did it happen and where's Mr. Morrison?
Oh, Morrison, yes. How long ago did you hear this commotion?
Oh, just a couple of minutes ago. You came out of it real fast.
Yeah, I've got an iron constitution. Have you got a phone?
Well, yes, but don't you think you
Come on, lady. Grab my head, put it back on nice and neat, and let's get to that phone. Hello, this is the fellow who called you before, Miss Brewster, about Morrison and your brother.
Oh, yes.
He's not there yet, huh?
No, my brother is...
I don't mean your brother, I mean Morrison.
What? No. Is he...
Oh, yes, he sure is. Now, give me your address, and the minute you hang up, get away from your house as fast as you can. Morrison's got a gun, and he's half crazy.
Maybe we should call the police.
Well, maybe we should, but I'm not going to. They'd throw the book at him 10 years for attempted murder. I think I can stop him before he does anything.
Oh, I can't tell you how sorry I am about this.
Lady, you and your brother should be. The cab got me out to their Lake Forest house in less than 20 minutes. The house was on a hill, and a flagstone path wound round and round for a city block until it reached the front porch. As I ran up the walk, my head started rattling like a handful of pennies in a tin cup. I felt weak and tired. All the time I tried not to think about what I'd find when I reached the house. And now I was at the end of the path, walking toward the front porch. A nerve deep in my throat started jangling like a burglar alarm. The house was in darkness, and Morrison was standing beneath a little porch light, his gun pointed right at me.
You won't quit, will you, Stone?
What have you done with him, Tom?
He hasn't done anything with him yet, Mr. Stone.
Huh? Who is...
I'm sitting over here at the end of the porch. I'm George's sister.
Oh. I didn't see you in the dark. Why didn't you get away like I told you?
I won't hurt her. It's him. He'll be coming along soon.
George would never have done what he did. I begged him not to. To take advantage of a man's weakness.
Well, Mr. Brewster is coming home.
What?
His car is stopping at the bottom of the hill. Now he's starting the long climb.
Morrison, listen to me.
You just sit there, the both of you. And I must insist that you be very quiet.
Please, listen to me. Please. Please.
Keep coming up that path, Brewster. It's a long, long way.
You must listen to me.
Morrison.
You don't know what you're
waiting near the porch light, the gun in his
George hurt
hand.
you. You shouldn't have done that.
Far below the small
But what
figure
you're
of George
doing is
Brewster
so
making a long, slow
You
climb.
realize that you're going to kill George because he found out about your fear. But don't you see, George is afraid, too. Of bigger things. Of being 53 and seeing his whole life going down
Brewster
the
had
drain.
stopped at the first landing to
That's
catch
why
his
he
breath.
hurt you.
Now he was
That's
climbing
what
up the
he
path
was.
again.
He was fighting.
Maybe 100
Just
steps
as
from
you
his
were
death.
fighting for you.
I found myself counting the steps.
Why are you afraid of the dark, Mr. Morris? Don't you see? If you weren't afraid, George couldn't hurt you anymore. Please, listen to me.
Keep your voice down. If you try to warn him, you both die, too. Keep coming, Brewster.
Yes, he kept coming. No more than 70 steps now.
What is there to fear about the dark?
The girl's voice going on and on.
Nothing.
Brewster getting closer.
All it does is hide the world.
Less than 50 steps now. 40 steps. 30 steps.
If you believe in God, if you believe in your own soul, how can you fear the night? What is there in the darkness that can hurt you? There's such peace in the darkness. After the heat of day is gone, the rush, the tumult, the struggle, you can breathe easy again. You can let the tightness inside unwind.
He's almost close enough.
Listen to me. Please listen.
It's not going to work, Miss Brewster. I'm going to try and...
Wait.
Miss Brewster.
There we are, Miss Brewster.
No. You must see me in the light.
I tell you, stay with...
Tom. Look at her.
I didn't realize...
I'm not afraid. What right have you to fear?
Julie, is that you on the porch?
What right have you to fear, Mr. Morrison?
What right?
Oh, what a long climb. Must be getting old. Well, what are you doing here, Morrison? And who's this?
Oh, don't mind me. I just came along for the ride.
What's this all about?
I just came to say goodbye, Brewster.
You're leaving?
Yes. I'm going back and tell them you've done a good job here. It's not fair to replace you after so many years.
You sure nobody scared you away, Morrison?
Look at him, Brewster. Does he look like he's afraid? I don't know if Julie cured Morrison of his fear of darkness. Cure is a pretty strong word. But maybe she helped. I kind of think so. I do know this. It's going to be mighty hard for Tom to fear the darkness, knowing Julie is not afraid. But neither Tom nor I will ever forget what we saw as the porch light lit up her face. Julie Brewster, who did not fear the darkness, was blind. And now that part of the story they always print in heavy type, the moral. And don't smile so indulgently. Morals are very nice things. Some of my best friends have morals. You know, seriously, Julie's whole life is a moral in itself. Trying to top it is like trying to follow Al Jolson with a Mammy song. The best you can do is tip your hat to the fellow who wrote, "Out of the night that covers me, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul." He must have had someone like Julie in mind. Well, 4 o'clock in the morning, stale cup of coffee, a tired sandwich, and a story to dictate, and I worry about my unconquerable soul. Ah, me. Give me a rewrite.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is written by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music by Frank Worth. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. Stay tuned for Brian Donlevy and Dangerous Assignment on...
Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Diamond Detective Agency. We can solve any crime but television.
Diamond, stop clowning and get right down here.
Well, Sergeant Loveloon. What's the matter, Otis? Didn't the zoo pick up your option?
Oh, now quit that. You gotta get right down here. Something terrible's happened.
They haven't made you commissioner.
Worse than that. Lieutenant Levinson's been kidnapped. Diamond to see you, Captain.
Hello, Collins.
Oh, all right, Diamond.
Otis just called me about Walt.
Now, look, Rick. I know Walt's a personal friend of yours. He's a good friend of mine, too.
But this is police business. A cop's been kidnapped.
Diamond was a cop for 6 years.
I don't need a case history, Sergeant.
Oh, get off it, Charlie. I'm down here to help.
Of course you are. But there's one thing I won't stand for, Rick. The way you operate.
Oh, what's the matter with the way I operate?
I know how you feel about Walter, and when a guy feels that strongly about someone, he's liable to do a lot of things to get a few answers.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Charlie. What are you going to do? Hold a tea party and hope someone will spread some gossip?
That's not fair, Rick.
Well, if you think I'm going to sit back knowing that Bert Fisher's got Walt...
Who said anything about Bert Fisher?
Well, nobody had to say anything. Pretty obvious, isn't it? Walt sent Bert's brother Art the electric chair. Bert swore he'd get Walt for it. Fisher dies tonight, doesn't he?
Yeah. Sure, I think it's Bert Fisher, too. And we're going to do everything about it we can.
Bert's been in Detroit, hasn't he?
Yeah. I've got a call into Detroit. Should be hearing any time.
This phone call you got saying they had Walt.
I didn't have time to trace it. The guy said Walt was being held, and when Art Fisher dies tonight in the chair, so does Walt.
Charlie, I'm going to work on this thing whether you like it or not.
Well, that figures. But I promise you, Rick, I won't save your skin if you get out of line.
Any leads yet?
No. Rounding up the usual stories.
Well, I know a couple of boys who might have a few angles.
Who?
Nobody who would give you any information. These guys aren't stoolies. They might tell me because I think they like me. You see, Charlie, sometimes it pays not to be a cop.
I'll expect any information you get, Rick.
Oh, sure. Well, I'll see you later.
Rick?
Yeah?
Be a good boy, will you?
Collins, if we don't find Walt by 11 o'clock, can you hold up Fisher's execution?
No.
Oh, it's swell. I'll keep in touch.
Hey, Diamond, you think you can do anything?
And I can try. Do me a favor, Otis.
Okay.
Get me a complete background on Bert Fisher. Everything. All his friends, his record, as far back as you can go.
Gee, Diamond, I'm scared for the lieutenant.
You're not alone with that one, Otis. In the Bowery, living in a broken-down rooming house, was a man. 20 years ago, he'd come to the big city with his trumpet tucked under his arm. He'd started playing with little combinations along 52nd Street, and pretty soon the word got around. Everyone came to listen to him. They called him the Dean of Jazz, and the title stuck. Then one night he had an argument with one of the Fusari mob, and the next morning they found him in an alley, half dead, his face beaten to a pulp. It was a long time before the Dean could get around again, and it was a lot longer before he could play his trumpet. And by then, no one would have him. He couldn't make enough with the horn, so he tried crime. And that's where I met him. I did him a favor, and a short time later he went straight. He'd still kept his underworld connections, but he wasn't a stoolie. I'd just done him a favor once.
Yeah, who is it?
Richard Diamond.
Oh. Hello, Diamond.
How you, Dean? Like to see you.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of figured you would.
Dean, you ever run into a guy named Fisher? Bert Fisher?
How about a drink?
No, thanks.
Skull. Oh, man, it's going to be hot today.
This, Bert Fisher grabbed Lieutenant Levinson. Says he's going to kill him.
I can't help you.
Oh, Dean, I just need one little lead to get started.
Yeah, sure. Wish I had a fan in here.
How's business?
It isn't. I make enough to pay the rent.
How about a few bucks to keep you going?
Well, I ain't proud, but it won't buy you anything.
The lieutenant's a good friend.
Yeah. Word got around this morning.
Yeah. Here's 10. Buy yourself some groceries.
Yeah, thanks. You did me a favor once.
Forget it.
Bert Fisher's got a lot of rough woods working for him. They're most all from Detroit, but they kill the same as anyone from here.
Mm-hmm. Dean, do you know anything at all?
I might. Who wants to die?
Hey, still blow pretty good.
Sure, me and Biggs.
Well, I'll see you around.
Yeah, thanks for the 10.
Oh, Dean, about 11 o'clock tonight, play a few bars at the funeral march.
Oh, Diamond.
Yeah?
You remember this tune, don't you?
Mary, plain as any name can be.
You got it, pal. See you around.
Sergeant Loveloon.
Oh, this is Diamond, Otis. What did you find out?
Oh, I got reports on everybody we know is connected with Bert Fisher. You want me to read them off?
Anybody on that list named Mary?
Mary? No. These guys are all named Hallelujah or something.
Look, check all of those names and see if Fisher or any one of his boys ever knew a girl named Mary. Then after you do that,
You'll what?
Holy smoke, I'll talk to you later.
Dean!
The Dean had blown his last note. He was sprawled face down on the dirty carpet, clutching the shiny trumpet. The thin line of red was spreading out from a bullet hole in his chest, and the open window sent me across the room in a hurry. I looked out on the fire escape to see a man drop to the alley below. We both fired a split second apart. He staggered as my slug knocked him against the building, and then before I could try again, he disappeared around the corner. I turned, looked down at the Dean, and wondered if Gabriel was getting a lesson in jazz.
Diamond, I warned you before you left here
Okay, Charlie. A nice guy's been killed, but all the crying in the world isn't going to help.
Hey, I got something, Diamond.
Let's see.
Good grief, he's got the whole department working for him.
Come on, Otis, what have you got?
Is it all right, Captain?
Yeah, go ahead. I should be in the second-hand business.
Report on one of Fisher's old mob, Lou Baxter. Only one of the whole bunch who had a girl named Mary.
Mary? Who's Mary?
Charlie, look at this picture.
Lou Baxter. I've been looking at it all morning.
Oh, take another look. This is the guy I shot climbing down off the fire escape after he killed the Dean.
What?
Holy smoke.
You know where you can pick him up?
Oh, he's a local boy, all right. Didn't go back to Detroit with Fisher. I've had a call on him since 10:20 this morning. Hey, what about that girl, Otis?
Name's Mary Sinclair.
Used to go with Lou Baxter, Captain. No address on her.
Mary Sinclair and Lou Baxter, huh? Well, it's the first lead we've had. I'll get the boys on it.
Charlie had his methods and I had mine. Otis got in touch with the musicians local, and in half an hour I had a list of all the places the Dean had worked since the union had a record on him. I started checking. Dive, restaurants, jam joints. Questioning owners, bartenders, waiters. No one knew a girl named Mary Sinclair. Around 3 o'clock, I wandered into a place on 52nd Street known as the Red Parrot.
Hi.
I'm looking for information.
You a cop?
Private cop.
Uh-huh.
You remember a guy who played here last year? Trumpet man, the Dean?
Sure. Everybody knows the Dean. Something wrong?
The Dean got himself killed.
Oh, no. Gee, that's too bad. Real nice guy.
You ever know a girl named Sinclair? Mary Sinclair?
No. No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Hey, mister.
Yeah?
Why don't you ask Ed? He's the boy with the fingers playing the piano. He knew the Dean pretty well.
Thanks. You, Ed?
Yeah. What can I do for you, Pops?
I understand you're a good friend of the Dean's.
Sure, we're compatible. But I ain't seen him in a while. You looking for him?
No, for a friend of his. Mary Sinclair.
Cute chick.
Where can I find her?
Why do you want to find her, Pops?
Well, the Dean was murdered a few hours ago.
She used to live over on 47th Street, 69 West. That was a year ago.
You sure about the address?
Couldn't forget it. We had a few balls up there. She was kind of a flip. We had a little combo in here, pretty crazy, too. She used to come in and listen. Real hep on jazz. Knew all the old-timers by name. Like the Dean. Remembered when he was tops, before he got hurt. You ever hear him in those days?
Yeah.
I played with him a lot. Used to watch him real close sometimes. After hours. The boys would just sit around and blow because I felt like it.
The dean used to lean back and close his eyes and blow things like he was getting a word from the other side. It was great. Might have been the greatest. Well, we all gotta go on ahead sometime. I guess it ain't so bad, though. The harp's a real wild instrument.
I left the piano player and headed to the address he'd given me. There was a good chance Mary Sinclair wasn't living there anymore, but it was the closest I'd come to any kind of a lead. When I got there, I held my breath and looked at the mailbox. Score for Diamond. Miss Mary Sinclair still lived in the building.
Yeah? Oh, hello.
Mary Sinclair?
Yeah. Whatever you're selling, I'll take a dozen.
I'd like to talk with you.
I'd like you to. Some other time. I'm busy right now.
I'm afraid this can't wait.
It'll have to, baby. Give me a call. Plaza 45466, Mr.
Diamond.
Okay, doll. Call me tomorrow, huh? You got your foot in the door, honey.
Old habit. Can't seem to break it.
Well, I'll break it for you, honey. Your whole leg.
You'll be sorry, doll.
All right, baby. Make it quick, huh? What do you want?
Let's talk inside.
I told you.
Yeah, I know. It's cooler in here.
The coolest. But it won't be for long.
Where's Lou Baxter?
Who?
You know, the boy you used to run around with.
I run around with a lot of boys. Ever since I was in grammar school, I ran around with boys. It's a hobby.
Where's Lou Baxter?
Baby, I don't know. You want to twist my arm? Go ahead, it might be fun.
He just killed the dean.
He did? Shame on him.
Forget it, Mary.
Hey, Lou.
Get out of the way. That's the guy who put a slug in me.
Look like you're in pretty bad shape, Baxter.
Doctor's coming. But he ain't going to be able to help you.
See, honey, you should have come back tomorrow.
Shut up.
Well, wouldn't have been half so painful.
I want Bert Fisher.
Yeah, good for you. Get away from that door. Now, walk into that other room.
Stop it, Baxter. Didn't want to play.
You shouldn't have done that, Charlie. I needed him alive.
That's gratitude for you. I knew you'd get into trouble, Diamond. So I tailed you from that last bar on 52nd. Is this, Mary Sinclair?
Charmed, I'm sure.
Ought to stay here. Call the wagon.
Right. There's a doctor coming up. I doubt if he's legit.
Wait for him, then bring him down to the station, Otis. Right. Come on, Miss Sinclair.
Sure, honey. You know, Mr. Diamond, I think I'll have to break that date for tomorrow.
Here are Baxter's things, Captain. Watch, wallet, nothing much.
Yeah, let's check the wallet.
Book of matches. Danny's Diner, Route 51. Checking that, Otis.
Right.
Nothing much in the wallet. Social Security, driver's license, some money. Quite a lot of money. Want to take a look?
Yeah. No addresses, huh?
Here's a ticket to a shoe repair shop.
Well, nothing much here that would give us a lead.
Yeah?
Danny's Diner is about 160 miles out on Route 51. And guess who runs it?
Oh.
Gino Marlowe.
That does it. Call the authorities in that area.
Right.
Gino Marlowe.
8 years for armed robbery. Used to work for Bert Fisher.
Yeah, maybe this is it. What time is it?
Going on 7. This better be it. We only have 4 hours, and you got to drive 160 miles. Captain Collins talked to the sheriff's office and set up a rendezvous with him near Danny's Diner. Then we piled into a squad car and roared across the 59th Street Bridge for Route 51.
Step on it, Otis.
We're doing 80 now.
Then do 90. It's getting late. Rick, you think we should bust right in the diner and take a Marlowe?
No. Marlowe doesn't know me. Never seen me. You stake out your men around the place and I'll go in. Give me a couple of minutes, then you come in, work on Marlowe a little, and then leave. If he knows where Fisher is, he'll try to get in touch and I'll tag him.
Something for you?
A cup of coffee and a piece of pie.
I got raspberry, chocolate, lemon, peach, custard.
Raspberry.
Yeah.
Here you are.
Where's the closest gas station?
About a mile down the road, but I think it's closed. It's after 10. Closes at 10.
Oh, thanks.
Miss? Miss?
Yeah.
Where's Tino Marlowe?
In the back. You want him?
Call him.
Sure. Hey, Mr. Marlowe, someone wants to see you.
Okay, be right there. Yeah, something I can do. Oh, what are you doing way out here, Captain?
This your book of matches?
Yeah, that's the name of my place.
These matches on Lou Baxter. Baxter's dead.
Oh, that's too bad. You're not going to tie Baxter up with me, are you? Lots of people come in here and take my matches.
If Baxter came in here, you saw him. You're an old friend.
Well, sure, I know Lou, but I ain't seen him in years.
We got word your old boss is in town, Bert Fisher.
Oh, is that right?
Know where we might find him?
No, I haven't seen Bert in years either. Look, Captain, I've been going straight.
Sure.
You're a little out of your territory, ain't you?
This is unofficial. If you were in my jurisdiction, I'd haul you in.
Look, I tell you, I'm going straight. I don't know nothing about Lou Baxter or Bert Fisher.
Okay, Marlowe. You may hear from me again.
Well, nice seeing you again, Captain.
No, miss.
More coffee?
Yeah. Where's the phone?
Right over there on the wall.
Is there another one?
In the kitchen, but you can't use that. Hey, you can't go back there.
Honey, it's the police. You stay where you are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is Tino. Let me talk to Fisher. Hey, what are you doing?
Don't move him, Marlowe.
What is this?
Cover up that mouthpiece. Cover it up.
Okay.
Now, when you get Fisher on the line, say what I tell you. Hold that receiver out so I can listen.
Look, friend.
You look. Say one thing wrong, and I'll use this gun.
You a cop?
None of your business.
Well, look,
There he is. Tell him you just heard Baxter was killed. Tell him.
Hello. Look, I just got news that the Baxter was killed.
No, that's all.
No, that's all.
So what's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Okay. Got any more of those? Keep in touch.
Hang on. Now, where's Fisher hiding out? Get up. Where's Fisher hiding out?
You dirty flat foot, you nearly bucked my jaw.
Only nearly? Where is he, Marlowe?
Well, look, you kill me if I tell you.
That's getting late. Are you going to tell me?
Okay. It's in a cabin about a mile up the road.
Come on. You're going to show us.
It's just around that bend.
We better get out here and walk.
How many men has he got in there with him, Chino?
2.
Whose cabin is it?
Mine.
Otis, get out and tell the rest of the men to douse their lights and come over here.
Right, Captain.
Here's a piece of paper. Draw us the floor plan of that cabin. Here, I'll give you some light. Okay, go ahead, Marlowe. How many rooms?
3.
Okay, we're all set, Captain.
Okay.
One big room with a door here, a kitchen here, and a bedroom here.
Where's Lieutenant Levinson?
I only been up there once since they got in. He was in the bedroom.
How about closets, back door?
One closet in the main room here, one in the bedroom here. Let's see, a broom closet in the kitchen and the back door here.
Has it got an attic?
No.
Where's Fisher's car?
Parked around the back in the shed.
Okay, I'll have the men stake out the place. You're going to take me up there, Marlowe.
Me?
He's going to take us up there.
You're a civilian, Rick. If there's any shooting to be done...
If there's going to be any shooting, I'm going to be in on it.
Wait a minute. Who said I was going to take you guys up there anyway?
I did.
I told you everything I know. I ain't going to get my head shot off.
You're going to walk us up there, Marlowe, and you're going to knock on that door.
No.
And you're going to get them to open up.
Look, they're loaded with artillery, shotguns.
When the door opens, you duck.
Look, it's suicide.
You heard what the captain said, Marlowe. I'm a civilian. Without a badge, I'm allowed to get pretty nasty with you.
Look, you can't make me do something I don't want to. I know my rights, Captain.
You know something, Rick? I think I'm catching a cold. I can't hear a thing.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I'll go check the men. I trust you'll not take advantage of the prisoner, Rick. I couldn't hear if he yelled or something.
Wait. Okay. Fine cop.
All right, let's go. All right, men. Listen now. I'm going up with Diamond. 3 of you take that side of the house. 3 take the other. You and you go around the back to the shed where the car is.
Yeah.
Otis?
Yeah?
You and this man cover the front, but stay out of sight. If it comes, it'll come in a hurry, so close in fast.
And look, boys, the lieutenant's in the back room, so try and be as careful as you can.
All set?
Yep.
Let's go, Marlowe.
There it is. Light in the front window. It's 10 minutes of 11. I hope their watches aren't fast.
Keep going, Marlowe.
Okay, Otis. You two drop here.
Right, Captain. Good luck.
What are you stopping for, Marlowe?
I just remember they told me to yell if I came up.
If you try to pull anything...
No. Honest. They told me to yell.
Okay. You stay here. We're going up on that porch. Count 20, then yell.
And play it smart. I won't fool with you, Marlowe.
Okay, Captain, but I'm scared stiff.
You're not alone. Come on, Charlie.
This guy's trying to put on the leg. Here's the way he's running.
Get on that side of the door.
Hey, Bert! Bert, it's me, Chino! Hey, Bert, I gotta see you!
You along?
Yeah. Can I come up?
Throw a light on him, Ed. Okay, come on up. Get him, wait. What are you doing? Stop it! One going to the bathroom. Take out!
Okay. Don't shoot anyone. I'm hurt.
See you, Walt, okay. Walt?
Well, it's about time. Get these ropes off me.
You okay, Walt?
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. What time is it?
11 o'clock. Happy birthday.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
What time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malney. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, stop that racket. Where have you been all afternoon?
Where have I been all afternoon? I took a tour of the movie stars' homes. I passed Gregory Peck's house and said, gee, I'd like to have his Cadillac. Then I passed Clark Gable's house and I said, gee, I'd like to have his yacht. Then I passed Harry James' house and I said...
Yes?
What would I do with his trumpet?
Well,
You know, I shouldn't be kidding, Abbott. I mean, after all, I got a threatening letter today. Somebody wants to kill me. That's why I got this.
How many people listen to you every week, Costello?
Well, let me see. You only get about 12 million.
That's amazing.
Then I got... Oh, you mean that I got so many listeners?
No, now that you only got one threatening letter.
Show me where it says that in the script. Show me where it says that in the script. Well, never mind. What are you going to do about the letter? Oh, that's your line. Shoot him.
Never mind. What are you going to do about the letter?
That's where I heard it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, what are you going to do about the letter, Lou?
Well, the person that sent me that letter, he may be in the audience tonight. I'm going to search everybody out there. I'm going to start with that blonde in the front row.
No. Don't be silly, Costello. A beautiful girl like that wouldn't be carrying a gun.
You look for what you like, and I'll look for what I like.
You aren't so ignorant and stupid you wouldn't pay any attention to the letter.
Who's stupid and ignorant? I was very smart in school. When the teacher asked a question, I was always the first one to raise my hand.
You are?
And sometimes it was to answer the question.
Hey, wait a minute, boys. Here's a serious-looking fella trying to get a word in edgewise. Let's see what he has to say.
Stop that yelling. Come over here. What have you been doing in that telephone booth all afternoon?
Well, I'm giving a big party tomorrow night. It's New Year's Eve, you know, and I've just got to get Earl Flynn and Hetty Lamar as my guest of honor.
Why do you have to have Earl Flynn and Hetty Lamar?
Well, you see, Abbott, this year New Year's Eve comes on Friday night. Friday night. And I can't serve any meat, so I thought it would be kind of nice to have Flynn and Hetty.
Well, never mind that. Is your brother Pat going to have a nice New Year's this year?
Oh, yes.
You know, this is the first year since he's been out of the Navy, Lou.
Yes, he's very happy about it. The Veterans Committee got him an apartment for $250 a month.
Does he like Does he like it?
Yes, him and his wife and his baby and his father-in-law and his mother-in-law are all living there in one room.
Well, isn't it kind of crowded?
Only at night when the landlord backs his car in.
You mean that Pat is living in a garage and paying $250 a month? That's ridiculous. I bet I could rent that same garage for $50 a month.
Yeah, but you ain't a veteran.
You can say that again.
Why should I say that again? It didn't get a laugh the first time.
Costello, I don't know why I even talked to you. Why don't you pack up your things and go where all other morons go?
That's silly, Abbott. What would I do in Washington?
Well, never mind that. I want you to remember that 1949 is only a couple of days off. And I hope that next year you'll settle down and get married.
What for?
You should get married. Don't you miss being married? Don't you miss having a little woman around the house?
No. I hang wet nylons in the bathroom. I scatter bobby pins all over the floor. I smear all my towels with lipstick, and you'll be surprised how I don't notice there isn't a woman around.
Well, if you come to my house tomorrow night, I'm having quite a party, and I'll introduce you to some nice girls.
Well, I can't, Abbott. You see, we're having a party at my Uncle Mike's house, and I can't wait to play that new game he invented. This game will take the place of jigsaw puzzles.
How do you play it?
Well, you open up a can of crushed pineapple and try to put the pieces together.
But are you going to play in the other game?
Oh, sure. We play the regular game we play at our house every New Year's Eve. It's called Scotch Punch.
How do you play? How do you play that?
I punch the first guy that touches the scotch.
Will your Uncle Mike be at the party?
I don't think so, Abbott. He's in jail for reckless driving. You know, the sheriff won't let him out.
He won't?
No.
Well, if the sheriff won't let him out, you know the mayor, the Vita. You know him,
Mayor
don't you?
DeVita?
Yeah.
Oh, sure I know.
Well, why don't you call him? Maybe he could swing it. You must know somebody that can swing it.
I think I'll call Carmen Miranda.
Carmen Miranda. She don't even know the sheriff.
I know, but brother, can she swing it?
Oh, Mr. Costello, you've got to help me.
What's the matter, young man?
Well, my wife wants to send me to a sanitarium.
Why?
Because I like French fried potatoes.
What's wrong with that, young man? I love French fried potatoes myself.
You do, Mr. Costello?
Certainly.
Then you must come over to my house. I've got trunks and trunks just full of French fried potatoes.
You know, Abbott, he looks familiar to me. I think I saw him at the $2 win at the Bank of America.
Wait a minute. I've heard of a paying window, a receiving window, and a loan window, but since when have they got a $2 window at the Bank of America?
Ever since the president went out to Santa Anita, saw the business are doing with theirs. You ought to go out to the racetrack, Abbott. It runs like a machine.
A machine?
Yeah, vacuum cleaner. The only place in the world where the windows clean the people.
I hope you'll pardon the intrusion, boys, but you remember me. I was candidate for representative from your district.
Oh, politician Harry Brown.
Yes, gentlemen, yes. The same Harry Brown that promised to clean up the city, close up all the pool halls, bring back prohibition, and finish the Hollywood freeway.
Mr. Brown, what are you doing now?
Nothing. I was elected.
By the way, Costello, I want to thank you for inviting my wife and sister, Babe, to the Rose Bowl with you next New Year's Day. But I still can't understand why you invited her.
Very simple, Abbott. Both your wife and your sister, Babe, have peroxide blonde hair.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, they're all out of tickets, and I figured I'd better bring my own bleachers.
Well, good evening, boys.
Well, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vance.
Well, ha-ha! Viola Vance, you give me the wrong place, kid.
Costello, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Viola has only been in California a short time, and you should try to make her feel at home. Say something nice to her.
All right, Viola, old girl, it's been frightfully nice seeing you again. Frightfully nice.
Oh, thank you, and it's been frightful seeing you again.
Quiet, Costello. Let me handle it. Viola, you look très charmante tonight.
Oui, oui, and ooh la la.
Do you speak French?
Oh, I get around. Listen to this. Chevrolet Coupe, Griffith Park.
Costello. That wouldn't get you very far in France.
Yeah, I do pretty good in Glendale, though.
Pay no attention to him, Viola. How would you like to come over to my house New Year's Eve for a little late supper?
Is it going to be a buffet?
Is it going to be what?
Buffet.
Abbott, don't be a dope. You know what buffet is? That's French for let's go to the table and slug it all among ourselves.
On second thought, Costello, I don't think I want you at my house on New Year's Eve. Your table manners are atrocious.
Oh, Mr. Abbott, let him come over to our house. Costello, you just watch me. I have perfect table manners.
Well, is that so? Well, there's one thing I've been meaning to ask you. Every time you drink coffee, you always stick your finger straight out. What's that for?
Well, that's where you hang the wet donuts.
Viola, that was very, very funny, and all I can say to you is what the skunk would say to his brother.
What did the skunk...
I still would like to know what page you're on.
What did the skunk say to his brother?
I beg your pardon?
What did the skunk say?
All right, folks, we all go back to page 16.
What did the skunk say to his brother?
Got your teeth back in, eh?
Answer the question, yes or no.
I'll just have it just once more.
What did the skunk say to his brother?
You do, too.
You do...
Don't get mad, Costello.
Well, get mad. I'm happy. Continue.
This is the end of the new year and New Year's Eve.
The end of the old year, dear.
Could have been the end of the strip.
What did you say, honey?
This is the end of the old year and New Year's Eve. Now I'm going to give you the hottest, burning, sizzlingest kiss you've ever had.
You are?
Yes.
Attention, New York and Chicago. Stay tuned in. This may be just what you need to melt the snow off your streets.
Costello, I've come to the conclusion that you are the most unintelligent, ignorant, stupid nincompoop in the state of California.
Well, a fellow's got to make good at something. I still like that skunk-a-hunka line of yours.
Viola, we're starting a new year in a few days, and I'd like you to stay with us as our secretary. You like the job, don't you?
Well, Mr. Abbott, I don't really know. You see, I was a secretary for an insurance man, then I worked in a bank. But my mother is a little skeptical about my working for Hollywood actors.
Viola, has your mother been telling you that old stuff about how actors are all wolves? That they do nothing but chase girls and go to parties, and that they're all up all night whooping and hollering, and that no self-respecting girl should associate with them?
Well, yes, she has.
Well, do you want to know something?
What?
She's so right.
I hate to break it up, man, but it's time to change the subject for just about 60 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, all over the world, let's end this year on a good note. Here's Howell Winter singing with Matty Malnick's orchestra a very beautiful ballad entitled
Dancing in the dark till the tune ends. We're dancing in the dark and it soon ends. We're waltzing in the wonder of why we're here. Time hurries by, we're here and gone, looking for the light of a new love to brighten up the night. I have you, love, and we can face the music together, dancing in the dark. What though love is heart of mine, make yours part of mine, dear one. Tell me that we're one. Till the tune ends, we're dancing in the dark. I have you, love, and we can face the music together. Dancing in the
Come over here. What are you writing in that little book?
I beg your pardon?
What are you writing in that little book?
What are you perspiring for?
I'm asking you, Costello, here. What are you writing in that little book?
I got 4 New Year's resolutions written in here, Abbott. For 1949, here's what I'm going to do. Resolution number 1, I resolve to improve my handwriting.
Now, that's good. What is number 2?
How do you like that? I can't read it.
Well, skip it. What's number 3?
Love thy neighbor.
And number 4?
Move next door to Hetty Lamar.
Why don't you make up a sensible list of resolutions?
Well, I'm only kidding, but I got a sensible list. Listen to this. Number 1, give up going to nightclubs. Number 2, give up going with girls. Number 3, give up resolutions number 1 and number 2.
Talk, Sam, please.
I like the one about love thy neighbor.
Yeah. But where are you going to spend New Year's Eve, Lou?
Well, I could go to Ava Gardner's party. There's only one thing that's stopping me.
What's that?
She didn't invite me.
That shows you how popular you are with the girls.
Personally, I don't care about girls.
You don't, huh?
Just so I'm popular with my Sam Shovel detective fans. The listeners love me, Abbott. Just listen to this note I got today. Dear Lou Costello, a Sam Shovel private detective, you are wonderful. You kill me. If you ain't the funniest guy on the radio, I'm a monkey's uncle. I'm coming to the studio tonight.
Mr. Costello, there's someone here to see you.
Show the man in.
It's no man, just a monkey with his uncle.
Well, never mind him, Costello. What is your Sam Shovel detective mystery about tonight?
It's one of my greatest cases, Abbott. I call it the murder at the radio quiz show, or I've got a body in the balcony, Doctor.
Oh, that sounds like a dandy. Let's do it.
Right. We'll do it. Yes, I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, private detective. I'll take any kind of a case. If you need a detective to shadow somebody, call me. If you need evidence for a divorce, call me. If you need a detective with courage and fortitude, call me. If your life is threatened by a mob of desperate armed criminals and you need somebody to shoot it out with them, there's plenty of other detectives you can call. As I sit here at my desk, I decide to read. I pick up my newspaper. It's the Herald Express. I see an ad for California grapefruit. You can always tell it genuine California grapefruit. If it don't squirt juice, it squirts fog. While reading, I decide to smoke. I reach for my old Indian peace pipe. It's a genuine old Indian peace pipe. Instead of tobacco, it's filled with pieces of old Indians. I glance out the window at the beautiful secretary across the hall. She's wearing a new mean coat she got for Christmas. She got that mean coat the hard way. The hard way. She bought it herself. I hear a strange sound coming from the dentist's office next door.
Molars, right face, bicuspid, squabs left.
He's drilling somebody's teeth. My ceiling just cracked. Piece of plaster fell on my desk. There's something written on the plaster. It's as wide as a chicken crossed the street. It's corn plaster. My ceiling is full of old cracks. So are my writers. On my wall, I notice a picture of Trigger Finger Tessie. What a girl. She shot from the hip and she could hit anything. Then one day she bought a gun. But she threw it away. She found out she could hit more people with a hip. Tessie was a gun moll. Every time she started to pull a job, I cooked her goose. In Cleveland, I cooked her goose. In Boston, I cooked her goose. In Albany, I cooked her goose. And one day, she asked me to marry her. She said, Sam, nobody can cook a goose like you. I gave her a job as my secretary, but she never could get any work done. In the office, she was a bottleneck. Every time I opened a bottle, she'd want a neck. Well, here I am all alone, and it's New Year's Eve. I look out at the window at the crowds in the street. What a racket. Everybody's celebrating. Half the men have noisemakers. The other half left their wives home. In the crowd, I see my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. Abbott is a shrewd cop, but he's very tight with money. He gave his wife a bottle of perfume for Christmas. The perfume was so cheap that when she put on her fur coat, 2 moths flew out, holding her nose. Lieutenant Abbott is a drinking man. And how? He loves beer. But in 1949, he's going on the wagon. Not because he wants to quit drinking, but he figures if he goes on the wagon, he'll have to be that much closer to the beer. Suddenly, my office door opened.
Hello, Sam Shovel. Happy New Year. Where have you been? I haven't seen you all week.
I've been helping out with the Christmas rush at Nancy's department store. They fired me. I made a mistake. I took a sign-off address and put it on a bathtub.
What did the sign say?
How would you like to see your girl in this for $1.98?
Never mind that, Sam. Are you coming to my house to play poker?
None of your wife is going to play.
What's the matter with my wife? She's a great poker player. My wife has a real poker face.
Every time I see her, I want a poker face.
What a New Year's Eve. The police department is going nuts with the traffic problem. I wonder how Officer McShane is doing on Hollywood and Vine.
Officer McShane is now at Sunset and Figueroa.
Who moved him away down there?
Brand new red Hudson going 90 miles an hour.
Forget about that. Are you going to a nightclub to celebrate New Year's Eve?
Not me, Lieutenant Abbott. It's too expensive. I went to a Hollywood nightclub Saturday night. Ringside tables were $50. The last row was $25. Cost $5 way back at the bar. I paid 50 cents.
Could you see the show?
Yes, I did. But it was very annoying. All night long, some guy kept brushing me off with a whisk broom.
Look, why didn't you come to my house tonight, Sam? It'll be a swell party. Bring that cute little redhead you met yesterday.
I had her out last night. We went to Griffith Park and sat on a bench. Every time I kissed her, she pulled her hair out of her head.
Well, bring her to the party.
Lieutenant, how would it look for me to walk into your house with a bald-headed girl? I know who I'll bring. Gertie. Gertie, she's a swell at a party. She's a scream.
Does she play piano?
No.
Does she sing?
No.
What does she do?
She screams.
Where's Sam Shovel? Where's Sam Shovel, the great detective? I gotta see Sam Shovel.
Oh, please, calm down, sir. What's the matter?
Please.
There's something on your mind?
There must be something on his mind. There's nothing on his head.
Stop joking, Sam Shovel. You've gotta help me, please. There's something the matter with my wife. She's asleep. I can't wake her up. Sam, I can't wake up my wife.
Have you tried shaking her?
Shaking her? I've been doing better than that. For the past 2 hours, I've been hitting her on the head with a hammer.
Sam, it's New Year's Eve. Forget you're a detective. Let's go to my house for a New Year's party. Well, Sam, how are you enjoying the party?
Fine.
Attention, everybody. We're going to play games. Now, everybody's got to get up and do something to entertain.
Hey, let Sam Shovel get up first.
Yeah. Hey, Sam Shovel,
come on. Friends and countrymen and other stuff that goes with it. I'll do the best I can to entertain you. But remember, I'm just a private detective. I'm not an entertainer.
You can say that again.
Who's that, Lieutenant?
The president of ABC. I had to invite him.
As I said before, friends, I'll do my best to entertain you. How would you like to see some of my famous magic tricks? Okay,
Sam.
Okay, now, Lieutenant Abbott, may I borrow your handkerchief? Thank you. Now, Mr. President of ABC, may I borrow your watch?
Okay, here. But be careful with it. My wife gave it to me for Christmas.
Good. Now, watch me carefully. First, I wrap the watch in the handkerchief. I tie 4 knots in the handkerchief. Now I place it on the floor and jump up and down on it like this.
Hey, what kind of a trick is that? You busted my watch to pieces.
Yes, but I want you to notice. There's not one wrinkle in the handkerchief.
Get him out of here!
Abbott and Costello will have the last word as usual. But before they do, we'd like you to ponder this.
The next show we do will be next year.
Yes, folks, and I'd like to wish all of our listeners health, wealth, and prosperity in 1949.
And that goes for all the folks that work for us. Matty Malnick and his fine crew of musicians, and our vocalist, Hal Winters.
And don't forget Viola Vaughn and our writing staff, which is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Len Stern.
And our producer, Charles Vanda. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody, and Happy New Year to everybody in Patterson, New Jersey, and all over the world. Happy New Year, Mother, and everybody.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.